Welcome to the Coordinating Board. We are very pleased to have you here with us, both those who are here in person and those who are tuning in online. My name is Jane Caldwell. I'm Director of Grants and Special Programs at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Today you'll be hearing from members of my staff and also from the Loan Program Operations. And our goal is to bring you up to date on some of the changes that occurred in our programs coming out of this last legislative session, and also give you a chance to ask questions as to how these things might be implemented and where we go from here. We have a significant agenda to go over today, but we really are here to answer your questions and hope you will feel comfortable asking those as we go along so that we don't fail to take advantage of this opportunity to get the answers to you that you really need as opposed to just what we think you might need to know. We have a couple of people on our staff who have worked at the college level, and so they have a sense of what your lives are like. I am not one of those. I have worked at the coordinating board and on the state level all of my career. And so although I think I know what your life is like, I probably have a really distorted vision of it. One of the things that we learned during these workshops is how to get our vision of what your life is like and can do and cannot do more aligned with the reality that you face. So the information you give back to us about the things we're talking about will be very relevant to us, and we usually learn as much from you as hopefully you will learn from us. For those of you who are here in our building, if you haven't been here before, the restrooms are in this center hallway that you came in, right in the middle on the far side of the hallway. We will break for lunch, and there are a number of restaurants within walking distance or close by. The nearest one probably being Luby's down here, and then beyond that there is a Wendy's, and in the opposite direction there is McDonald's and Taco Bell. We have haute cuisine everywhere you look, just really fine dining. And if you want some more ideas, we'll be glad to help you when it's time to go break for lunch. Again, we're very glad to have you with us. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Lynn Kenyon, who will be our first presenter, but also has some additional announcements to make. Lynn.
And I may repeat some of the things that she just said because I didn't listen very carefully. Sorry about that. There was something else I was taking care of. She told you where the restrooms are, correct? Okay. Refreshments, I've already told you, are over here. Sorry, online listeners, you don't get to have some of Jane's cookies and brownies, but we hope you have a cup of coffee to keep you awake. Lunch, she did mention lunch, but you also, when you came in, you had a map of the different locations around here that you could choose from if you wish to do so. We didn't have a registration for today. We are contemplating doing that in the future simply so we know how to prepare for the number of people that we will have here and to know how many people are online, because I think the majority of our listeners, I hope, are online because we have very few here in the audience today. So I hope y'all are out there in online land. Questions, as she said, are very welcome. However, because we are doing this online, we need to bring you a microphone. So if you'll raise your hand so that the online listeners can hear your question and take advantage of the answer as well, just raise your hand and someone will bring you a microphone. Online participants, so that you can ask questions, if you will send an email to the following email address, it is grantinfo, GRANTINFO, at thecb.state.tx.us. If you will put in the subject line that it is a workshop question, because we have other questions coming into that same email address and we want to make sure that we're addressing your questions because of the workshop. Again, that email address is grantinfo at thecb.state.tx.us. Also, for online listeners, handouts are available on our Grants and Special Programs information website. If you don't have that address, send an email to the email address I just gave you, the grant info, and Connie, who is manning that email address, will send you how to get into the Grants and Special Programs information website. I think that's everything. Okay. First thing we're going to talk about today are the legislative changes that have happened with the Texas Grant Program and the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant Program. You should have two handouts available to you for this session. One is a copy of the PowerPoint, and you should have that in the handouts that you have, or that you can print online if you're an online listener. There's also a chart in our attempt of trying to show the changes in the Texas Grant Program for this year as well as for the upcoming year, and we're going to refer to this when we're going through those changes, so you should have that in your handouts as well. So, let's get started. These are the items that I'm going to go through today. As I said, legislative changes for the Texas Grant and the TEOG program. I want to briefly touch on changes that were effective for this current year, for the 13-14 year, just to make sure everybody's on the same page. Making sure all of the institutions that are supposed to be doing, for instance, the priority model, are actually doing the priority model. And then we're going to look for upcoming changes to the TEOG program. And we're going to look at Texas Grant, the ghosts of Texas Grant, past, present, and future. Okay? So those are the things I'm going to go over. Recent changes that you need to be aware of. The state priority deadline, March the 15th. That is a new deadline that became effective for the general academic teaching institutions. And general academic teaching institutions are defined as the public universities, Lamar Orange, and Lamar Port Arthur. That's a definition in statute. So anytime we refer to general academic teaching institutions, or GATIs, that's what we're talking about. Public universities, Lamar Orange, and Lamar Port Arthur. A state priority deadline was implemented effective with the current year, the 13-14 year. If you are a GATI institution, you are required to be using that priority deadline in determining priority for the limited state financial aid programs. You're supposed to be advertising it to your students and using it as a way to prioritize the limited funding. It's also there to hopefully help students, or be less confusing to students, to have one priority deadline for the state programs. I know many of my colleagues that I've talked to have actually changed their institutional priority deadline for their federal programs to meet the state priority deadline, to make it even less confusing to your institutions at your campus. Have y'all done that? Have you changed your regular priority deadline to the March 15th state priority deadline? Anybody here? Are you advertising the March 15th priority deadline? Okay, well, I'm glad we're going over this. This is a good thing. Though all institutions are encouraged to implement this priority deadline, it's only required of the GATI institutions. Okay? The good thing is that you have the flexibility to determine what it means at your institution to meet that priority deadline. If it means to you that that's when the results of the free application for federal student aid come into your office, or when you draw that down and it's completed for that student, that could be what it means at your institution. It may mean that it may be something similar to what you use for your other priority deadline, that they have to turn in everything that's required, including verification documents, and verification has to be completed, perhaps, I don't know. But you can determine what it means at your institution to meet the priority deadline for all state programs except Top 10, because Top 10, what it means to meet the priority deadline for Top 10 is defined in statute. And for Top 10, and Sophie is going to talk quite a bit about this later on, but it means that the student has submitted the FAFSA in time to generate the results in a non-rejected status by March the 15th. okay? But for all the other programs, you can determine what it means to meet the priority deadline. Any questions about that? Okay. Another recent change is we had a new Texas Grant initial year category that became effective with the current year, the 13-14 year. However, even though it became effective with the 13-14 year, you're not going to be seeing any of these students because it's going to take a while for these students to get into the pipeline and meet the requirements for this category. As I said, it was effective with the 13-14 year at the Gaddy institutions, again, public universities, Lamar Orange, Lamar Port Arthur. To meet this avenue to be an IY recipient in the Texas Grant Program, the student must be an otherwise eligible student, graduated from high school May 1st, 2013 or later, enlist in military service within 12 months of graduation, so graduated last May, enlisted in military service within 12 months from last May, if they graduated last May, and then enroll in college within 12 months of receiving an honorable discharge. So you can see why you're not going to have any of those students this year, even though it became effective. But what this was implemented to keep those students in that situation from being negatively affected by the 16-month rule. You know, an incoming student has to enroll at an eligible institution within 16 months of high school graduation. This keeps a student in that situation from being affected by that rule. Any questions about that? Again, it's effective this year, but you're not going to see anybody for a while. Another recent change was the Texas Grant Priority Model. Again, this is required at the Gaddy institutions, general academic teaching institutions, effective with the 13-14 academic year or award year. It impacts students who are initial year recipients. They graduated from high school May 1st, 2013 or later. So somebody graduating prior to that is not going to be a priority model student. It's only for students who graduate May 1st, 2013 and later. And they meet the state priority deadline of March the 15th. Okay? I know there's a lot of words on this particular slide, so I hope you can read your handout for reference. But a priority model student, and you're very well aware of this, I hope, because it was to start this year, has to meet the basic eligibility requirements for an IY applicant, which are listed right here. And these requirements have been in effect for a long time, so you should be very well aware of what the basic requirements are. In addition to meeting the basic requirements, they have to meet requirements in at least 2 of the following 4 priority model areas. The 4 areas, I hope you can see that from where you are: advanced academic program, TSI readiness, class standing, and advanced math. So in addition to the basic eligibility requirements for an IY applicant, they would have to meet at least one of the requirements in at least 2 of these areas. If they meet 2 of the requirements in one area, that doesn't cut it. They have to meet requirements in 2 of the areas. Do we need to go over that, or y'all feel pretty comfortable with what those are because you've been doing that already this year, right? Oh. Okay. Do we need to go over it? We can go over them. Okay. Another thing I want to say about this really quickly is that, as with the basic requirements, when you're actually accepting the student for enrollment at your institution or for admission at your institution, and when you're actually making the Texas Grant Award, because you may be making it prior to when they actually graduate from high school, you can, just as in the basic requirements, you can go ahead and make an award if the student is on track to meet those requirements at the time that they've been admitted at your institution and that you're awarding them their Texas Grant. However, if they end up not following through, just like with the basic requirements, if you had somebody that's on the recommended path, but they don't end up graduating with the recommended high school curriculum and the basic requirements, or in the priority model, if you're going with at least 12 hours of college credit and they don't end up having 12 hours of college credit, it's up to your institution. You can leave that award because you've already offered it to the student and they may be depending on receiving that for their first year. You can leave it, but make sure that you somehow note in your system that that student is not eligible if they don't end up following through, that they're not eligible for renewal year consideration in the future. Or you can take the money away and give it to another eligible applicant. That's up to your institution. Come on in. Any questions about that? Yes, sir. We need a microphone.
Lynn, it's pursuant to this, but one of the questions that's come up, the priority model has been well publicized and confirmed, I believe.
Yes.
The confusion, I think, is with the bringing together of all funds, how that tends to affect the awarding process, because we don't know at the time that we could start awarding priority students what
Sure.
number of continuing students we have.
Okay.
And that's become a real problem. We found ourselves in a situation where we were not able to start awarding actual priority grants any earlier than we would have any other grants.
Sure. Just to make sure you're also aware of this, you do have to give priority with Texas grant funding to renewal students. That's just a given in the program. However, it used to be that you had to make sure you had enough for renewal students until I believe it was an October 1st deadline. During the last couple years, we've given you the authority to set another deadline, as long as you're publicizing that to your students, to your renewal students, that they can, that you can have another deadline that cannot be any earlier than your priority deadline, to give those renewal students time to complete their application so that they can have priority consideration for a renewal award before you start with your initial awards. Now, with the priority deadline, we say it cannot be any earlier than the state priority deadline. So you could set a deadline as early as March the 15th to prioritize getting those renewal students, getting their applications in so that you can more effectively look at the different priorities. So those renewal students still take priority, depending on how you do that. Then your priority model initial students take priority after that. And that's a good segue to the next slide. And then, if you still have funds available in your hierarchy of awarding for initial awards, after you've taken care of your priority eligible students who met the state priority deadline of March the 15th, you then have the flexibility to figure out how you want to do the rest of your initial year money. Priority students who complete their application after the state priority deadline can be grouped with all other basic eligibility students. Or you could choose to continue going with priority model after the priority deadline. That's up to you. Does that help at all? I'm going to get my water real quick.
What about, okay, we set a deadline for our renewal students. and the ones that failed, we've set it for June 15th. They had to have everything in, not necessarily the verification, but they had to have filed a FAFSA. Those that didn't file a FAFSA, what do those renewal students do? Do we throw them back into the pot with initial, or are they out of luck?
You can, that's up to you. You can go ahead, you can save some money back for those students who end up finishing after that deadline you've set for them, or you can go ahead and use your leftover money for IY students who qualify. That's up to you.
If we did use the March 15th deadline for returning students also, and at that point then started awarding priority initial year, where would any returning students after that, would they take priority over other students?
That's up to you. If you've advertised that renewal students need to complete their application to be considered for a renewal award by March the 15th, and they don't do it, then they're lumped in with everybody else in that situation and are dealt with the way you choose to deal with them. Jane, did you want to say anything additional about that? I could feel Jane over there going, wait, I need to say something.
No, actually, my main thought was that the key of what you're saying there is the idea that you need to broadcast that this is going to be the deadline for renewal students as well. I mean, if you have a way of communicating directly with them, send them an email saying, you don't have any special consideration after this date. So, but once you have given them that alert, I agree with what Lynn has said, is that you have the right to use that money for initial students. In the past, we've been able to come up with additional money if you ran out of renewal, and I can't guarantee that we would be able to do that. But again, we're changing the environment in which those renewal awards are made, and we just need to make sure that the recipients or the potential recipients recognize that the game rules have changed. And if that happens, I think your support we'll support you in that decision.
We understand how difficult it is. I truly understand. So I think we're trying to give you a little bit more flexibility to be able to meet the needs of your student population and your processing requirements. So we're hoping that's helping. Okay, and just as a side note, to remind you that if whatever awards you are making based on the priority model, you need to be capturing that somehow in your system, because it will be required to be noted on the end of year Texas grant report. We're not going to ask, did they meet the priority model requirement based on academic and TSI readiness? We're not going to ask that. We're just going to say yes or no. Is this award based on priority model? Yes. Is this award based on priority model? No. It's based on the basic eligibility requirements. Okay? Because the legislature is going to ask us about that. So that's why we have to capture that. Okay. Another change that was effective with this year is that there is a new way to determine the initial year EFC cap for IY students. Beginning with this year, it's been $4,000 forever. Beginning this year, it's actually defined in statute how we determine what that EFC cap is going to be. And it's defined in statute as it will be 60% of the average tuition and fees at the Gaddy institution. We already use the average tuition and fees to determine the maximum Texas grant award, which for this year was $7,700. So when we determine that, we also determine the EFC cap. We take 60% of that $7,700 for this year to make the new EFC maximum. It went from $4,000 to $4,620 for the 13-14 year. And that may and probably will change every year now, because that calculation is defined in statute, and we'll have to do that to determine what next year's EFC cap is going to be. Questions about that? Okay, upcoming changes to TEOG, very few, really. Effective with, not this year, but the 14-15 year for next year, there are two main changes with TEOG. There's some other changes we're going to talk about with Texas Grant for community colleges, but this is just for TEOG. For TEOG, beginning next year, your EFC cap for IY students in the TEOG program will mirror Texas Grant, and the same calculation will be used. So if it were in effect this year, it would be that 4620. But right now, you still have a $2,000 cap for initial year TEOG recipient. Next year, it's going to be quite a bit different. Don't know what it is yet, but we'll let you know as soon as we can figure that. Also for TEOG awards, just like in Texas Grant, we have a targeted average award amount that you're supposed to try to meet to make monies go as far as possible. In TEOG, we're not going to have a targeted average amount. We're going to require that you prorate the awards. Right now, a student going 6 hours can get a full award in a TEOG. Next year, in the 14-15 year, we're going to require that you prorate those awards. If they're full-time, just like Pell Grant, if they're full-time, they get 12 hours or more, they get 100%. If they're three-quarter time, about 75%. If they're half-time, 50%. If they're less than half-time, 0, unless they qualify for one of the hardship, or you do a professional judgment based on a hardship, or they only have less than 6 hours left toward their 75-hour maximum in the program. And then you have to use the appropriate proration. Questions about that? Two fairly simple changes with TEOG. Okay. Okay, and I know you can't read this, but I just want to show you because now we're going to switch to the chart that I told you that you had in your handouts. The first chart, there's actually 3 charts, and there you can see the difference. They're designated by the upper left-hand side. It will show 12-13 for the first chart, 13-14 for the second chart, and 14-15 for the third chart. So this is what the first chart looks like. So this is just an example of what you're looking at. And for this one, 12-13, it's the way it's been. I'm just showing you what Texas Grant looked like last year as far as institutional participation and student eligibility. And just to give you, to kind of orient you to the chart, the 2 left-hand columns are for 2-year institutions. The 2 right-hand columns are for 4-year institutions. And then within the 2-year institutions, you have IY award eligibility, and then you have RY award eligibility right here and right here. And then for the 4-year institutions, again, you have IY eligibility and then RY eligibility. So this is how it's been for a long time before this year popped up on us, with the basic eligibility requirements for initial year and renewal year. And we're not going to go over those because you should be very familiar with those, unless there's someone fairly new in the audience that wants to ask a question about basic eligibility requirements. Okay? And let me remind online listeners that if you have a question, are we getting any? Another thing I would like for you to do if you're online, I forgot to tell you this, if you will send to Grant Info just a quick email letting us know you're online, just so we have an idea, because everyone here had to sign in to let us know that they were actually here. So we would like for you to actually tell us that you're listening online. Not every person, but just someone from your institution. If you have several people there, just send a quick email to grantinfo at thecb.state.tx.us and just let us know that you're listening online. Okay, so these are the basic eligibility requirements that have been in effect for a long time for 12 and showing as 12-13 award year. Now we're going to look at the next chart, which are the changes. It's going to highlight the changes, and on your, I don't know, depending on the printer that you had, your chart will either be a gray highlight or a yellow highlight, but it's going to highlight the changes from 12-13 from the last chart to the 13-14 chart to show you the changes from last year to this year. Okay? For the two-year institutions, on the left two columns, the only change from last year to this year with Texas Grant was the EFC cap for initial year eligibility. Okay, so for IY awards at the two-year institutions as well as the four-year institutions, the EFC cap went up from 4,000 to 4,620. On the right side of the chart, there were changes for the four-year institutions plus Lamar Orange and Lamar Port Arthur, because it was for GADI institutions, that the priority model came into effect, and then the addition of that military IY student category came into effect. So those are highlighted on the right side of the chart. Make sense? The third chart, before we go to the third chart, I want to ask you some questions. Okay? See if you know the answers. You work at a two-year institution. This is this year for the 13-14 year. You work at a two-year institution. An otherwise eligible incoming student has an EFC of 4,500. Can you award him an IY Texas Grant Award? This is current year. Can you award him an IY Texas Grant Award with a 4,500 EFC? Yes, the EFC cap for 13-14 is 4,620. So yes, you could, if he's otherwise eligible, award him an IY award at your institution. Another question? You work at a GADI institution. Again, public universities, Lamar Orange, Lamar Port Arthur. You have just enough money left to make an IY award, but you have two students between which to choose. Both have a completion date of March the 1st. One meets the priority model requirements, and the other meets only the basic eligibility requirements. Which one should receive the funding? People out in online land, everyone here says the priority model student should. The student who met the priority model requirements by the state priority deadline must be given priority for available IY funding. Yay! All of the regional training and stuff is working, right? Oh, I have another one, okay. You work at a GADI institution. You have awarded IY Texas grants to all students meeting the priority model as well as the priority deadline. You have several more students who met the priority model criteria but not the deadline. Do these students have priority for an award over the students who met the basic requirements but not the priority model criteria and did meet the deadline? Okay, I see some heads shaking no. It's up to your institution how you're going to take over from that point. If you have IY monies, once you've awarded your priority model students who met that priority deadline, you then have the flexibility to figure out what you're going to do at your institution. The main sentence of the answer, priority students who miss the deadline can be considered equally with basic eligibility students. So it's up to your institution what you do with how you put those in a hierarchy. We have a question. Would you use the microphone.
This is coming from Jonathan Rodriguez at UT Arlington. And I think his question was actually sent in a little earlier, and it's regarding the statement of eligibility form. Has there been any form of follow-up research on the Texas Grant statement of eligibility form? Have you guys surveyed schools to see what percentage of Texas Grant recipients say yes to the drug-related offense question? Since the form's inception, my school has only had one student answer yes to the question. While I do not know the percentage at all schools, in my opinion, if 99.99% of the recipients meet the requirement, the form seems unnecessary.
Unfortunately, Jonathan, I understand what you're saying, but that is a requirement in statute, and we have to follow through and make sure that institutions are following through with collecting that eligibility statement for both TEOG and for Texas Grant. We have no authority until the legislature actually takes that out of statute. Jane, did you want to say anything in addition?
Lynn has mainly answered the question. Our problem was that the federal government changed its questions in the FAFSA. And so we used to be in sync with the federal one and didn't require a secondary state statement about drugs. But when the federal government changed it to indicate it only applies to drug offenses while you're receiving federal aid, that doesn't cover the requirements in the state statute, and that's why we had to start using the state form. We would love to get rid of this. We tried to do it in the last session. There was a proposal to try to take it out of the statute, but as long as it's in there, we all have to abide by it.
Was there another question, Sheba?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you for the online question. We know you're out there. Okay, so now we're going to go to the third chart for the 14-15 year, which is next year. So these changes don't apply until next year. And these are changes that happened during this last, most recent legislative session. Again, charts set up the same way. You have your two-year institutions on the left with IYRY. This is Texas Grant, just to remind the two-year schools. And then on the right side, you have four-year institutions. One of the changes, and I know this is hard to see, so I hope you're looking at your actual handout. On the chart for this year, Lamar Orange and Lamar Port Arthur were over with the four-year institutions. They are now back over with the two-year institutions. And with the four-year institutions, you have medical and dental units included as well. Okay? So the highlighted sections are what have changed. And I'm going to flip to this, which kind of pinpoints all of those changes. So the first thing is that for two-year institutions, you can see that you will no longer be able to award an initial year award beginning next year in the Texas Grant Program at your institution. Okay? We thought at first, when all this was going on, that it meant that you couldn't participate at all in Texas Grant beginning next year. However, we did discover that there is a grandfather clause in the statute that allows you to award renewal awards for certain students at your institution, at a two-year institution. So there are no IY awards at two institutions, including Lamar Orange and Lamar Port Arthur, beginning next year. Renewal year awards at two-year institutions can only be given to eligible students with an initial year award prior to fall 2014. So it's to help those students who are already in the pipeline continue to be eligible and receive Texas Grant monies at two-year institutions. Okay, you will also see on the two-year side as well as the four-year side of the chart that the 75% successful completion rate is deleted from the SAP, Satisfactory Academic Progress requirements. Used to be to get a renewal award after the first year. First year is always your institution's policy. But after the initial year, in the next year, it has been 2.5 GPA, 24 hours completed during the year, and 75% completion. 75% completion is no longer there. It's just 24 semester credit hours and 2.5 GPA. Okay? You will also see that the EFC cutoff on the four-year institution side, as we've already talked about, will be determined based on the 14-15 tuition and fee rates at the Gaddy institution. So we don't know yet what that EFC cutoff for IY awards will be. We will let you know as soon as we know that for 14-15. You will also see that for initial year awards on the four-year side, in addition to recommended high school, the Distinguished Achievement Program, there is an additional high school curriculum that pops in there called the Foundation Program. It's effective with the 14-15 year as an eligibility curriculum requirement for an IY award. However, you won't see foundation students for a while because those are just kicking in with the public school system. So once you do start seeing students who graduate with the foundation program, those will also qualify or meet that qualification for Texas Grant. So I'm putting it on here, even though you won't see any for 14-15, just be aware that it's effective with 14-15 and you will begin to see them in future years. Make sense? Okay. On the four-year side, you will see for an IY award that the student, it has been forever, that an IY recipient can just be an undergraduate student or enrolled as a regular undergraduate student at your institution. Beginning with 14-15, an IY student has to be enrolled in a baccalaureate program, not just an undergraduate degree. I know where I used to work, they had for instance, associate degree students. Even though I was at a four-year institution, we had associate degree students. Those students can no longer get an IY award beginning with 14-15. They have to be enrolled in a baccalaureate program. Okay? You will also see on the four-year side of the chart that there is a new transfer avenue added to the basic IY pathways. The transfer requirements, if they want to come in that pathway, you have your incoming students who just graduated from high school with the appropriate curriculum and enroll within 16 months. You have your military students who graduate May 1st, 2014 or later, and they enroll or they enlist in military and then enroll within 12 months of getting an honorable discharge. You have those two pathways already, and you have the associate's degree pathway. Forgot about that one. You have the associate's degree pathway where they can come into your institution as a four-year institution with an associate's degree. That's another way to start in the Texas Grant program. Well, you now have another one. It's the transfer pathway. And in order to meet that eligibility requirement and beginning with the 14-15 year, the student has to come in to your institution with 24 semester credit hours, a 2.5 GPA, no prior Texas Grant, because if they had a prior Texas Grant, you'd have to look at them for renewal eligibility, and a prior TEOG award. And the TEOG, let me put that on here, I think there's a... with an IY TEOG award in fall 2014 or later. So you're actually not going to see any of these for the 14-15, well, you could see some for the spring semester, but you wouldn't see any for the fall semester because they have to have a TEOG in addition to the other requirements, fall 2014 or later. We have a question.
Hi, we have a question from a school. This is regarding the 60% of the average tuition fees for Texas Grant. On the EFC cap, the handout for Texas Grant says 60% of the average tuition fees at the Gaddies. Does this mean we would use the average at our institution? It's a 2-year.
Okay.
Or the FY14 state average?
Good question. We'll actually tell you what that is. You don't have to figure it yourself. It is going to be the average tuition and fees at a Gaddy institution, not at the community colleges, because that is defined in statute. So it's going to be, you don't have to figure it. It will be the Gaddy institutions. We will let you know what that is and what the 60% amount is of that figure so that you will know what to use as the maximum EFC. I hope that answered your question. Do you have another question? Good question, though. Thank you for sending that in. Okay, so that's the transfer avenue. And then RY awards at four-year institutions will be limited to eligible students working on baccalaureate degrees unless the IY award was received prior to fall 2014. So if you have students at your institutions that are working, at your four-year institutions that are working on an associate's degree, and they've been receiving Texas Grant prior to fall 2014, they can still be in the pipeline. We don't want to cut those students off. They're still going to be in the pipeline to be considered for renewal year awards. We have another online question. Good.
Another question. For the 14-15 initial award for transfer students with 24 hours, will we have a way early in the year to determine if a transfer student is receiving funds at another GADI? We begin awarding in April, and it will put us in a difficult situation if we can't see if a student has that prior award at another institution until end of the year reporting in July.
Very good question. Very true statement. I don't know. Hopefully, we're working on a way for you to be able to get information from the database, but you are correct. Until we have end-of-year reporting, it's going to be hard for you to know, or hard for us to capture that. Unless you contact the other institution, if you know the student is from a certain institution, to contact them. We could come up with financial aid transcripts. Remember those? No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing. Did anybody want to add something?
We are trying to find a way. One of the things we're looking into, among other things, to try to make some of this easier is to combine the TEOG and the Texas Grant database, so you could query students for both programs easily at one time, because the interaction of these two programs is becoming more and more. But we are victims of the fact that you make the awards and we don't know who's getting those awards until we get your end-of-year reports. So until those reports come in and are certified, we don't have information that we can share that would be helpful to the school receiving the transfer student. As Lynn said, contacting the prior school or having the student contact the school or have the school contact you. I know it's not easy, and we're sorry that there's not a better way to do it, but the information flow, I mean, we could go back to having central processing where we processed all state grants, and that would be even more of a nightmare than this. So we don't see, if anyone has some suggestions, we're very open to them. We would like to try to make this as easy for you as we can, but we're also hitting a brick wall as to how we might make that simpler for you.
And Connie's telling me we have another question, and that's good. Thank you, online listeners.
Although we are a 2-year institution, there are 4-year baccalaureate programs offered. Will we be eligible to receive Texas Grant funds?
I'm going to let Jane take that question.
Oh, thanks. The way the statute is written does not make an exception for 2-year colleges that have baccalaureate degree programs. It's, again, a valid question, and we will take a look at it, but at least off the top, my response would be that the statute is in terms of making universities, medical and dental institutions the only ones eligible to make IY awards beginning in fall 2014. But it's a good question. We'll look into it and see if there's any wiggle room there and get back to you.
Any more, Connie? Okay. I just thought of a funny story that when I first got started in financial aid, one of my responsibilities was coordinating the financial aid transcripts, because I mentioned financial aid, and I was the fat coordinator. So I thought, okay. Let's answer some questions. It's 2014-15, what would you do? So it's next year, what would you do? You work at a 2-year institution. You have several students who meet the requirements for IY and RY, initial year and renewal year Texas Grant awards. Can you award all eligible students a Texas Grant in 14-15 as long as funding allows? You're at a 2-year institution. I see some head shakes. No. You are correct. No. Beginning with the 14-15 year, 2-year institutions can only make renewal year Texas Grant awards. That's a pretty simple one. We thought these might be good to kind of get you in the mindset of thinking about some of these changes. 1415, you work at a 2-year institution. You have a student who received an IY Initial Year Award in 1314, has a cumulative 2.5 GPA, earned 24 semester credit hours in 1314, and successfully completed only 66% of the hours he attempted in 1314. If otherwise eligible, can he receive an RY Texas Grant Award in 1415? I see lots of nods, yes. Yes, the 75% completion rate will no longer be applicable beginning with 1415. Cool. Okay, a few more. You work at a 4-year institution. You have a student who received an initial year Texas grant in 1314 who is working on an associate's degree at your institution. If otherwise eligible, can she receive a renewal year award in 1415? I see a no. Any yeses? Yes. Since she received the IY award prior to fall 2014, she can continue to receive RY awards as a UG working on an associate's degree, period. It sounded like I was going to go further, but. Okay, that's in the, if you'll look at the right-hand column. Yeah, that's why I included this, because it's kind of confusing. Okay, you work at a 4-year institution. You have a student who received an initial year Texas Grant Award in 1213, his first RY award in 1314, and he is now being considered for an RY award for 1415. He has a 2.75 GPA and earned 24 semester credit hours in 1314, but he successfully completed only 60% of the hours he attempted in 1314. If otherwise eligible, can he receive an RY award in 1415? See lots of nods yes, and that is true. Same as with the 2-year institution. For an RY award, the 75% completion rate will no longer be applicable beginning with 1415. Okay, I threw this one in for good measure. It's not 1415, but it's the next year, 1516. You work at a 4-year institution. You have a student who graduated from high school May the 15th, 2013, so it's after May 1st, 2013, with the minimum recommended high school curriculum. He attended a 2-year institution in fall 2014 and received an IY TEOG award. He is now transferring into your institution in spring 2015 with a 2.5 GPA and 15 semester credit hours. He met the state priority deadline and has an EFC of 4,000. You can consider him for an IYTG Texas Grant Award under which option? The transfer option, the priority model option, or the basic eligibility option? What?
Transfer.
Transfer. I hear several transfers. What does it take to be a transfer? You have to have 24 semester credit hours to get a transfer on. Very good. So it wouldn't be the transfer. Go ahead and look at it. Since he does not have 24 semester credit hours, he does not meet the TEOG transfer criteria. Since he only has the minimum recommended, he can't go with the priority model, right? So since he still is within the 30 semester credit hours and he started school within 16 months of high school graduation, he could go with the basic eligibility requirements. Ooh, that was a good one. And that's thanks to Sheba over there. She thought of that scenario. So thank you, Sheba. Okay. Any additional questions about Texas Grant or TEOG before we move to our next? Yes, ma'am. If we can have a microphone. Oh.
For the TOG for the 14-15 school year, do you have any idea what the graduation program requirements would be or the amount? Are they still...
For TEOG?
Yes, ma'am.
There are no high school curriculum requirements.
It still remains the same as it is now?
It still remains the same.
Okay. What about an amount? Do you have an idea?
The amounts will also be determined at a later date.
Right. Just like the EFC cap is based on the tuition and fee rates, the award amounts are also. So we will not know the award amounts for 14-15 until we get budget information, estimated tuition and fee rates from your institutions for that year. So hopefully in January, but sometimes it's into February before we hear from enough institutions to make those determinations, we'll send out an email indicating what the award maximums will be. And then you will know what the prorated amounts would be for TEOG.
Okay,
Good question.
Good questions. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Let's see. I'll just bring this over.
For the two-year institutions, since we're losing the initial award allocation, I assume for Texas Grant, and you've built some pathways for us to award the TEOGs to those students by increasing the EFC, are we going to also see an increase in the allocation?
Yep.
Very good question. Do you want to take that or you want me to?
I'll be glad to.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, good question. There is an intent to move money from the Texas Grant Program to TEOG so that the initial year awards that would have been made in Texas Grant can be covered but through TEOG at the two-year institutions. So the intent would be that no two-year institution would be hurt by this change in the programs. What I've heard estimates for were $30 to $35, $36 million that would be the increase to the TEOG allocation for the coming year. So yeah, you will get additional money, and the intent is for you to be in the same position as you are now to make awards to incoming students or new students. It's just that it will be through TEOG instead of Texas Grant. And with the proration, the award amounts will be more similar to what you would have done in Texas Grant too.
Very good question. Any other questions? We have an online question.
We have several thousand transfer students. Will we be able to send a file of students and have them marked as prior Texas Grant recipients instead of entering 6 at a time into the website?
Sheba?
This is coming up more and more with Texas Grant and TEOG and some of the other programs. And we've worked with a few other institutions to allow them to send a secure email to the program inbox with those student names, IDs, and date of birth so that we can pull that information up and get that information back to you.
Are you indicating that's still in the trial mode, but that we're working towards having that an option?
It is still in a trial mode. We are working to develop some procedures for that process, but if you do have multiple students and you're transfer students and you want that information, the most important part at this time is making sure you have secure email access because we don't want those IDs to come through the regular email process.
Great question. Any other online questions? Okay, not at this point. Just want you to know if you do have questions about Texas Grant, and you know what, I should have had TEOG up here too, and I apologize for that. Okay, just a second. You should know anyway by now that our main email addresses to get your questions answered, Texas Grant is THECB, et cetera. There's also TEOG at THECB. Sheba is the person who coordinates the Texas Grant Program. I should have had Joella's name up here. Joella Martinez is the person who coordinates TEOG, but again, two-year schools should be familiar with that. And then here's our phone number if you need to get in touch with us to ask a question, and we encourage you to do that. Apparently we have another question somewhere. Yes.
And this was just to go off of what you were saying about the secured emails. Is there a way to set that up to have that secured email connection to just go back and forth in order to send IDs?
The secure email process should be set up on the institution end. Here at the coordinating board, we use DataMotion. We have a process that we can send you a DataMotion email, which is a secure email, and you can reply back through DataMotion. But we would prefer that you all set that secure email process up on your end.
Anything else? Yes.
I have a student that he completed 21 hours. He was a renewal student. Anyway, he completed 21 hours, and I sent the report. Then he took 3 hours in the summer and got it up to 24, has a 2.5 GPA and all that. He now has transferred to a 2-year school. Well, they can't see that. All they can look at the eligibility website, and he's not eligible. So, I mean, I send a summer one whenever we get close to doing the year-end Texas
A summer
grant report.
update?
Yeah.
Okay.
So how do I update that one student so that they can, or just tell them, I mean, I've told them that he's okay, but they want to see it on
Right.
the eligibility
We're
page.
actually going to be going over that in our next session in the nuts and bolts section because we have that question quite a bit. So if we don't answer it in the next session, please ask that question again and we'll make sure we get it answered. Anything else before we switch over?
May I make one more kind of general comment about what's happening, and I'm sure what you're seeing this is that the intent is to phase out the 2-year institutions from the Texas Grant Program, but the grandfathering of students who have gotten awards there already or gotten into the program prior to fall 2014, that's intended just to help keep the flow going to those students. But eventually what should happen within the next couple of 3 or 4 years is that the 2-year colleges will not even be making renewal awards because the students who entered the program prior to fall 2014 will have come through the pipeline. And so then TEOG will be the 2-year college program, Texas Grant will be the 4-year institution program, and we have TEG for the private schools. And hopefully your lives will be, if you're at a 2-year institutions, will be simplified because you're not juggling both of these very complex programs that are similar but not the same. And so that's where we're going with all of this. That's the legislative intent. And I think all of us will be happy when we get to that point and things are a little bit less complicated. Are we going to take a break at this time?
I was just about to ask you the same question.
Okay, why don't we take about a 10-minute break?
Go ahead and get started with our program nuts and bolts section. My name is Sheba Spears, and I work primarily with the Texas Grant Program, but this morning I'm going to be going over some of the nuts and bolts that come along with some of our programs, like the Top 10% program, Texas Grant, and TEOG programs. Student ID numbers play a very important role as far as how we collect information at the coordinating board and tracking our students who receive some of our program grants. Student ID changes and updates aren't anything new to our programs, but this year's end-of-year report process, we noticed a boost in the number of student ID changes that were occurring with our program. So we kind of just want to go over a few things as it relates to the student ID changes this morning. So did you guys know that you can update your student ID numbers throughout the year? Did anyone know that? Primarily, it's been happening through the end-of-year process because what usually happens is you all will get a message that the student ID has not been reported before, and this comes up with our renewal students because what we're trying to do is track their awards from year to year. And so on the end-of-year report, when you submit an ID that hasn't been recognized and you've identified that student as a renewal student, it generates an error message. So what we're trying to do is to encourage you guys to do that throughout the year. And the coordinating board is also working on processes to put in place that should be coming soon in regards to how to do this in an automated process or more having you to do it something like we talked about earlier through the secure email process, sending us those student IDs, date of birth, and then old and new ID numbers. The reason why this is so important is because the student ID numbers really impact multiple coordinating board reports. These ID numbers have an impact on your CBM report and your FAD report. And so what we want to do this morning is just encourage schools to work with their registrar's office to make sure that you're being consistent in reporting your student ID numbers to eliminate any kind of inconsistencies or mismatches in the process. Does anybody have any questions about that? I know we talked a little bit about sending secure emails earlier, and we're hoping to really streamline this in the future. Okay, SAP. What is SAP? Most of us know what SAP is. We have our institutional SAP, and then we have SAPs that come in as it relates to some of our programs here at the coordinating board. We've also seen a lot of activity, and we get questions from time to time in regards to SAP eligibility and different questions in regards to SAP. It's important to understand that SAP is used to measure and determine whether a student can receive a renewal award from Top 10, Texas Grant, TEOG, and some of the other state financial aid programs. So right now we're looking at SAP as we make our awards for this academic year 13-14. SAP for 13-14 is based on student progress in fall 2013, it's based on fall 2013, fall 2012 and spring 2013, which is last year, and based on what you reported on your end of year report last year. Keep in mind that students can use summer to update and meet the SAP requirements for the current year. So basically what that means is that we're hoping that students who don't meet SAP at the end of spring 2013 would consider summer school to update that GPA or completed hours to receive a program award in the current year. If your school does not consider transfer coursework done from another school in your school's GPA calculation, the coordinating board is okay with your policy. However, a student can request to have transfer grades considered in the GPA calculation for the purpose of receiving state aid, and the institution is obligated to adhere to that request if a student makes that request. Okay, let's talk about program-specific SAP. As we discussed earlier, SAP is really important as it relates to determining current eligibility. For Texas Grant and for TEOG, you have an initial SAP component. This initial SAP component is based on students who received an initial award. Let's just use the example for this current year. So you have students who received an initial Texas Grant Award in fall 12 and spring 13. At the end of spring 13, that student is required to meet the financial aid office's SAP requirement. Okay? For our renewal awards, students have very specific program SAP that they must meet. For Texas Grant, a student must have 2.5 cumulative GPA, must complete 24 semester credit hours in the prior year, and 75% completion rate. As Lynn mentioned earlier, next year that 75% completion rate will not be considered in the SAP requirement for a renewal award for Texas Grant. For TEOG, the renewal year SAP requirements, 2.5 cumulative GPA and 75% completion rate. It's currently the SAP. And this is what you're looking at for your current awards. Uh-oh. Okay, let's talk about Top 10. Now, Top 10 gets real unique and very special because the SAP requirements for Top 10 are really truly based on whether or not there's renewal funding available in the program and if the student meets the priority deadline of March 15th. So if there are funds available and the student has met that priority financial aid deadline, the student must maintain a GPA of 3.25, complete 30 semester credit hours in the prior year, and 75% completion rate. Now, one thing that I've talked to Sophia about in regards to Top 10, there's a lot of rounding issues that may come up, and it's the same for most of our programs. If your school does round, we do want it to be, we're looking at the 2.5. So if a student has a 2.49, technically they haven't met the 2.5 for a Texas Grant. And if the student has a 3.19 or something like that, the student still wouldn't qualify for Top 10. So the rounding issue may be a factor if that's something that your institution does. But keep in mind, we're looking at at least the minimum of the 2.5. For Top 10, it's going to be 3.25. Also, we want to remind you as far as top 10 is that for this year, academic year 13-14, there is no workforce bonus funding available. And so just keep that in mind when making your renewal awards for top 10. Okay, let's talk about summer updates. We also mentioned this briefly earlier this morning. You can now submit your FY13 summer updates. The instructions have been uploaded and the system is open and available for you to begin to submit those records to the coordinating board. This year's instructions do include information on how to update the SAP to yes for multiple institutions. This was something that came up a lot during the year-end report process. It seems that we have more and more students who may be attending one school in the fall and one school in the spring. And what ends up happening is that both schools will, if the student didn't complete the 24 hours or the 75%, both schools will indicate no to SAP. And it's really mostly with the 24 hours because that school A may have reported 12 hours and the school B may have also reported 12 hours, but when they're reporting on their end, they have to say no to that SAP. What we've included in the instructions this year is a process that will allow you to go in on your summer update and create 2 records. We're not asking you to replace the record from the other institution. We're only simply asking that you update the SAP requirement, that the student does meet SAP. If you are uncomfortable, and we have some institutions that have expressed concerns with updating other institutions' FICE information, if you do have some concerns about that, feel free to call me or contact me. We are working on a process working on ways to improve this process because we understand some of those concerns and are listening to the feedback that we're getting from other institutions. Does anybody have any questions about that? Because that's a big one that I noticed on this year's end of year process. No questions? Okay. With this summer update process, you will create the 2 records. The difference between the 2 are going to be pretty much the FICE field. You'll have your FICE in one record and the other FICE in the other institution's record, and you're just indicating a 1 for yes on that summer update record. And again, I just want to reiterate that that process is open now, and you can start submitting those summer updates. If you run across any problems in that process, please let us know. Later in the presentation, Sophia will be coming up, and she's going to navigate through our website and point out some of the links that are attached, and summer updates is one of those. We have a question online.
Thanks. If the CB has the data from both schools and can calculate the SAP, why does the current school have to update the data?
I'm sorry, Connie, I didn't hear you.
Okay. If the CB has the data from both schools and can calculate the SAP, why does the current school have to update the data?
That's a good question. That is something that we're working on to improve upon. We're actively trying to put that into process. Okay. Does anyone have any questions? This is going to conclude my portion of the nuts and bolts. I really wanted to just hit on some of these topics because sometimes we do get questions in regards to these different issues, and just wanted to kind of go over and help you guys understand it a little better.
If I may make a couple of statements also, I'm sorry, I didn't see you coming up. After you're through, I'll make my comment.
Okay. I had a few questions if I can go back. Speaking to the SAP, if they do a summer hours to make up the completion rate or the hours completed, I'm sorry, do we then have to consider the GPA resulting from those hours in a situation to where they drop below the GPA requirement because of the hours that they completed and the grades they received?
I'll jump in to answer that one. In my opinion, yes. It's all or nothing. They took the hours to impact SAP. If they get the hours, but then they drop their GPA, they didn't make it. They're still not in compliance with the SAP requirements. So I think it's all or nothing.
And then in regards to the top 10, you mentioned the rounding when it came to the GPA. Is that the same case when it comes to the 10%? If I have a student that is at 10.09 or a student that's at 10.1, are they ineligible?
They are ineligible, yes.
Okay.
They are not eligible. And I'm sorry, let me make sure everybody agrees with that response. Okay.
Okay, we'll give the folks coming in a few minutes to get settled, and we'll move on.
I'll make one more statement about the Social Security number updates, student ID updates. One of the things that impacts your allocations in Texas Grant and TEOG are persistence rates. And so if you have a student last year who was enrolled using one number and this year they're enrolled using a different number, as far as our system is concerned, they didn't persist. And so that can have a negative impact on your allocations in the future. So what you want to make sure happens, and I know that Sheba mentioned this in passing, is that you want to make sure if you have a student come in with a new ID or a corrected ID, that information isn't just in the financial aid part of your system, but that the registrar and admissions office is aware of it. Because what they really need to do is update the CBM or enrollment report so that historic records for that student will be linked to that student under the new ID. Because without that, even one of the performance measures that we have for the legislature on Texas Grant and TEOG is the 4 and 5 and 6 year graduation rates. Same kind of thing can happen. If a student's number changes from year 1 to year 2, they suddenly disappear. They didn't graduate. And so it's really, really important to get that ID correction brought to the attention of your admissions and registrar's office so they can act on it too. Yes, ma'am.
Are there other microphones available?
Okay, we have a lot of undocumented students that they're renewal year students. Now they're coming in with Social Security numbers, and they're being issued Social Security numbers. They turn them into the registrar or admissions office, and they plug them in. Well, on our year-end Texas Grant year-end report, it has we had been reporting them XX and then their ID. Are y'all picking up the IDs, or y'all picking up the socials? Because then now that first field is going to be populated with the Social Security number that they have now put in, which does not tie in with their ID number.
I know for the year-end report for Texas Grant, we encourage social, just because the social stays consistent if that student transfers to another institution. It's kind of a number that's more permanent than a student ID number. So that was what I requested this year on the year-end report.
If you have a social, you need to report social. But it's important that you are also reporting the same ID that your registrar's office is reporting on the CBM report. So if the student changes their ID and the registrar's office is now because of the DACA situation, if they are now reporting the Social Security through registrar's office, you need to start reporting Social Security so it matches through your end of year and financial aid database. Does that answer your question?
I'm going to get that report that says they've never had a renewal year. So where's do I need to do this report?
So that would be the process in which we would update that student's information. We're working on ways to kind of improve that process. Right now, it would be contacting the coordinating board, and usually that does happen at the end of year. But what I found is that a lot of institutions know that this student has a new ID number before they start submitting that end of year report. And so what we want to encourage institutions to do is to, as you get this information and you're updating it on your end, we'd like to update it on our end. And so if you have access to the secure email, all we need is the student's name, old ID, new ID, and date of birth. That helps us to verify the student on our end. And we can actually update those IDs before you even begin to submit your year-end report. So when you get to that point, that'll be errors that you don't even have to worry about. We're going to move on, if there's no more questions, to the second half of the nuts and bolts section. I'm going to kind of hang up here, and Sophia's going to navigate from the desktop just through our website and some of the different forms and information that we have out there.
Hello. So I'm going to be back here, but you guys can see the screen in front. This is an overview of our Grants and Special Programs information website. I'm going to start off with showing you the website link. If you don't already have this saved as a favorite, I recommend it. It's www.thecb.state.tx.us/apps/special programs. I'm going to now go actually to the website to show you what it looks like. This is our website. If you're not familiar with it, there at the very top you'll see news you can use, and we try to update that on a very regular basis. Let me zoom in on this. So we have some information there, like available now, the instructions for programs, fund request instructions for program specific information. We have when Q&As are posted. Below that there's general information. Here you'll see memos that have been sent out. You can also see the calendar with program deadlines for this fiscal and academic year. Log into your financial aid database entry, college student budgets. If you've been following the Financial Aid Advisory Committee meetings, which I'm sure you all have, we have the Financial Aid Committee meetings notes and handouts available. They're normally available the day of or the day before, and you can see them here. The agenda, handouts, meeting notes, and the link to the recording will be a link to the prior meeting recording. So, for example, yesterday there was a meeting, and sometime later this week the link will be available for you to watch it if you didn't have an opportunity to do so live. I'm going to get back to the program-specific information in a minute because we're going to be discussing award history, verifications, and fund requests. I'm going to go down to general references and forms. What's new, if you haven't already started using, is the Q&A. I highly recommend that you use the Q&A. What's great about our Q&A process is we have a cross-reference. The cross-reference is a form that'll list all the questions asked in order of program. And it'll show you when the question was asked and where the publication date of when it was answered. So if you have an allocation question, and then more specifically, be on time question and or Texas grant, it'll say here like October 28th, 2011. And you can go to that publication in October 28, 2011, pull that publication up and see the answer to that question and reference it. The cross-reference is updated every single time a new Q&A comes up. So if you haven't seen a Q&A recently, you haven't received those emails, just open the cross-reference, look at it, see if the question that you were wanting to ask has already been answered. Another section is our training and webinars and workshops. For example, currently right now, the Public Institutions Financial Aid Workshop that we're now attending, all of the handouts and PowerPoints are available here. Tomorrow's private institutions workshop is available as well. And then we have prior trainings and workshops that we've offered. Lastly, we have webinar trainings. And there are program-specific webinar trainings. These are a year old, but we're constantly updating. Texas Grant has a three-part series on eligibility. So if you have a new financial aid employee who's training on Texas Grant, we were real kind. The PowerPoints are about 10 minutes long, so they don't take too long. We have a handout. The PowerPoints come with a quiz at the end, a 2 or 3 question quiz. So whoever's watching it also gets quizzed about the information. But they're not lengthy. Someone could sit down for 30 minutes and watch all 3 parts. And that is for Texas Grant, Texas Education Opportunity Grant, top 10%. There's even a Hazelwood end of year training if you need that still. Now I'm going to go into the program specific information. I'm going to start with Texas Grant. Texas Grant has, if you open up Texas Grant, you'll see that the allocation is available. Guidelines are available, so you don't necessarily have to save a copy of your guidelines on your desktop, which has a ton of copies of other documents, I'm sure. You can just go to the websites and reference it whenever you need it. There's also the fund request process, instructions, and that's what I'm going to talk about now. So let's go ahead and open those up. This is new. We are now asking for people to submit a fund request online. And I'm going to scroll down just really quick, and we're going to go to the form. I figured this would be a good way for you guys to see it. This is what the fund request form looks like online. There are 6 steps to submitting this request form. The most important part is to submit the information of financial aid director, reporting officer, and business contact. Once you complete the form, a copy of this form for your records will be emailed to the reporting financial aid officer. So whatever name and email address is listed under the reporting financial aid officer, that person will receive a copy of this form completed for your records. The current request, let me see, I can't hold it. The current request, you're going to be entering the amount of funds that you're requesting for initial recipients and renewal recipients, and then you're going to be entering the amount of students that you will be awarding with this fund, with the amount of funds that you're requesting. And these are new students. So this is really important because in prior years, we've always asked for a cumulative total. And in this section, we're not asking for a cumulative total. We're asking you to tell us if you're requesting $1 million, how many students do you plan on awarding with those funds? This becomes tricky in the spring, because in the spring you may be asking for an additional $1 million for the same 100 students that you asked for in the fall. So the answer to the number of students, the new number of students that you're requesting funds for would be 0. In the third step, there's a cumulative total. This information we use to validate the amount of money that you've requested. And so you're going to enter your allocation. This is not a populated field. This is not a generated field. There's no database. You need to enter that information. And then your year-to-date amount that you'll enter in this section will also include the amount that you're requesting on the form and your year-to-date student count. This will be verified against your previous request. So if there's any discrepancy, we will be contacting you saying that this request is invalid. And then you'll need to submit an updated request. And this is available. Let me see if I can get a better view of this. Let's see. Just one second.
Let me step in real quick just to explain why you have to report it this way, because we are required to keep track of the number of recipients receiving a given program, especially Texas Grant, during the year on a quarterly basis. So we're asking you to let us know when you're requesting money that money is for how many students. If you've already requested money for a student in like you've already sent in a request for money and we've sent you your money, your funding, and now you're requesting more money for that same student, we don't want you to tell us it's for that student again because you've already reported that student on a previous request. We need to keep an unduplicated running total of the number of Texas grant recipients that are being funded throughout the year. Does that make sense? Did I explain that? Okay, but that's, yes, just a second.
Just a little clarification. The slide that you're showing says Texas Grant Verification Screen, but then the subtitle is TEOG Fund Request Form.
I apologize. Yeah, I apologize for that. In the sample, the form for TEOG and Texas Grant looks the same, and it is located once you log in to the program login, which used to be the login for the verification screen. So I'll go back to that. That's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up. Looks the same for those, so I don't want to leave the TEOG people out. This is your TEOG fund request is exactly the same as the Texas Grant fund request. You will be certifying that you submitted the request, and if there's a revision that needs to be made, you will click this box here. Under the certifying name and title, it says that I confirm that I'm revising a previous request. You enter the original date of the date of the original request and an explanation as to what you're revising. And I'll go back to the login, back to the website to show you where you can find all this.
Could I make a comment? Excuse me for interrupting. It would be possible in the fourth quarter of a year when you're canceling awards because you discovered a student wasn't eligible or they got an unexpected exempt scholarship or something, that your number for that quarter would actually be a negative one. And that's okay. Because what you're saying is that our total number of grant recipients in the year actually went down this summer because we had to cancel some awards. So that's how specific we're trying to be. If that is what happened in that quarter or at the time that you're finalizing these numbers, then we want it will help us to get that information from you.
Thankfully, that happens during the year-end process, and so you guys are very familiar. Fourth quarter is year-end process, so you'll have previously reported on your fund request 150 students, and then you certify 125. So we get the fourth quarter numbers from your year-end report, which could be lower than what you've previously requested because of cancellations or students who were deemed not eligible. So that is very possible and happens every year. I have an online question.
I have a question. This is actually about the funds request form. Is there a way to pre-populate the contact information based on the first funding submission? Right now, we have to enter the same names every time we make a funding request. We can always update this if it changes.
No, there is no way to pre-populate. There is no database for this form. What this form is, it's not coming from a database, so you populate it and it emails us a copy, emails you a copy, and it is kept as a copy. So every single time that you submit a request, you will have to enter that contact information. I apologize for that, but it is necessary. I do want to point out that there are some asterisks near the bottom of the form that says you need to enter whole numbers only. There's no more requesting $1,560,010. You can only request $1,560,000. There are no commas necessary. They're just whole numbers. The entire number, no change. Anyone have any questions? You have a question? No? Okay. All right, let me exit. All right, this is why that screen looked the way it did. You're going to be logging in to request funds. The new login is no longer called verification screen. It's called program information. And you'll enter your FICE code and password in order to enter the login. So let me take you there. Just 1 second. Oh. Sorry, I apologize for that. Where in the heck is that? There it is. So this is a program login. This is what it looks like. what I'm using now is just a temporary password. This is where you're going to request your funds. We've now changed the name of the verification screen to Student Award History. The reason that we made this change is because we don't want schools to get the impression that the information that's pulled from this screen determines a student's eligibility. Eligibility is determined at the institution. All that we're providing for you is their award history that has been reported to us to help you make that determination. It will tell you how many years they've been in the program, how many hours have been reported. But as far as SAP, it is actually more accurate for you to look at their transcripts. So if you receive a transfer recipient, like we were discussing before for a student who attended a summer and then transferred, well, the last reported information we have is year-end report information. Unless the school submitted a summer update, this is what the transfer institution is going to see. Use the information that you see to determine whether the student has any eligible hours and years left, and then look at their transcripts to see if they meet the satisfactory academic progress requirement. Don't forget that Sheba was talking about the fact that satisfactory academic progress, if a student transfers into your institution and asks you to request to review that information, you're required to do so for program-specific eligibility. You have the option to request or to search for students' award history by using the first and last name and date of birth and or social security number. We also have a list that you can pull of all the students that you've requested funds for or awarded at your institution who have received at least 125 hours or greater. And you can use that list to see if any students are now going to be meeting the 150-hour maximum. It's here that we're considering putting in an option for schools to submit a report to check transfer recipients in a much greater number. So this report would list social security numbers, names, date of birth in a secure fashion. That report would be submitted to us and then processed and then sent back to you securely, listing any one program that the student has been awarded for. What I'm debating or working with schools is I can only give you the program. The student received a Texas grant, a TOG in the past or previous years, not necessarily the SAP that was last reported. Once you know that the student had received a program award in previous years, then it still would be up to you to determine whether they're continually eligible. And we're working on ways to make that better. Anyone have any comments or questions regarding that process that we're trying to work on? I know I'm working with Jocelyn at Texas A&M. Submitting me transfer. Jocelyn, sorry.
Would it be possible to, if all you can provide us is the type of grant they received, maybe the reporting officer or the financial aid director that submitted that in the year report so we can contact the institution based on that information? Instead of having to contact the institution, find who we need to contact?
The thing with that is you may have a institution reporting officer who's no longer there.
Yeah.
You can always, if you want to verify who the current program contact, you could call, or reporting officer, you can call us or email us at the coordinating board. We'll be more than happy to get you the current information for the institution.
So let me just say that so far during testing, and I've tested this with one other school, the report back, I only listed the information, like whether or not they've received a prior Texas grant or whether or not they received a prior top 10% scholarship out of a list of 1,000 students. What I gave back, they gave me 900 students, and in one for top 10, there was only 20 that previously received top 10. I could offer their previous SAP that was last reported, but it would be their last reported SAP. And because students can regain eligibility in a non-award year, if that information says not eligible, that may not be the case of whether the student's currently eligible to receive an award or not. So you send me 1,000, I send you back 20 or 70 or 90, depending on whether or not they received it. I just feel that giving you that information and saying, yes, last reported not eligible would make you feel like, oh, you're not eligible, but that may not be the case at all. So we'll work with schools. If you want to help me test this, please give me a call and I can work with you and we can see what information you want to see and what information is truly helpful.
Sophia, is there any way that you could include an indication of when that last award was received?
Yeah, I did include that.
Okay.
I do include that because I understand that one of the limitations and information that we really provide you with the award history is number of hours that the student has been received, because there is an hour limitation for Texas Grant. And for top 10, there's a year, only 4 consecutive years from the initial year award. So that information I looked at and said, you definitely need this. You need that the student received a Texas Grant and has already received 126 hours. And that the student received a top 10 and received it for the first time in 2010. So they have 1 year of eligibility remaining. And that's important. But if you think that that other information might be useful, then definitely contact me and work with me to test this and see if we can come up with a report that's the most helpful. So a student award history. If you're not familiar with the page, I'm going back to this one because this is the information that's needed. And as I was saying, the total hours completed. And then the information, number of semesters and years as of August 1st. So every August 1st, the information, the calculation of years and semesters awarded is updated. So if you look prior to August 1st, you'll say, well, the student still has a year of eligibility remaining. Well, after August 1st, they no longer do. We have to wait till the year ends in order to make this calculation, and we want to wait until we have all certified year-end reports. Does anyone have any questions about this? I know you use this information during awarding in April. So you have to remember that currently they may have been awarded, and so that year, the year that you're awarding them, counts.
Sophia, do we send out a notice when that update has been done?
It's just always August 1st. We can. We definitely can send out an email notification saying that we are about to update the calculation for total number of years and total number of semesters in the program. It's just something to keep in mind, and that's why now it's in yellow. It used to be in red, but it's there for you to know. If you're looking at it prior to this date, you may need to consider that they're currently enrolled and this is a year that needs to be counted.
Sophia, can I chime in real quick about the
Yes.
hours completed? Because I've gotten a couple questions regarding that.
Do you want to go back?
Couple months. The hours completed are the hours completed in the program. So if a student is coming in with transfer hours that weren't paid through TEOG or Texas Grant, those hours are not calculated in that hours completed. So using this field to verify eligibility is good because this is reporting hours that have been paid against that award. And those are the hours that we're looking at in end of eligibility.
Okay. I'm going to go up and talk about top 10%. Can you hear me? Okay. All right, so it's top 10% request time. I need your files now. We have a deadline. October 1st is the deadline to submit your requests. What does this deadline mean? It means that all your files need to be submitted without errors, and that any duplicate students reported need to be clarified, and that any verification pending also needs to be cleared. So if you submit a file that has duplicates, although they will be accepted, you still have those pending duplicates that need to be cleared if you want them to be awarded. If you submit a file with ICER verification pending, although I will pay everyone else besides them, if you want those students paid, you have to clear those errors. or those verifications. Let's talk about program amount changes for this year. There was a memo sent out on March 20th from Dan that changed the amounts that are available for awarding and also who is available to be awarded. And this is due to limited funding. For this year, initial year awards can receive a maximum of $1,500. Renewal year awards will receive a maximum of $2,000. And this is reflected on the request for reimbursement file. You may receive an error. If you request higher than the maximum, it'll error out and say you can't receive that amount for this student. There are no priority to eligibility or priority to funds. Students who do not meet the priority award deadline will not be awarded top 10% scholarship funds. There are also no workforce bonus. And it's kind of tricky because if you remember, the workforce bonus GPA was 3.0. So if a student received a workforce bonus last year and is an eligible renewal this year, they need to have a 3.25 GPA. You can use a hardship if you choose to do so to award the student a renewal. That's your decision, but the renewal GPA is 3.25. So a prior year bonus recipient who met a 3.0 is technically not eligible for a renewal because they don't have the 3.25. Anyone have any questions about that? Okay, I'm getting a lot of questions about what it means to meet the priority deadline. I get them from parents, I get them from kids, I get them from financial aid advisors, and I just want to go over this, and I want your feedback to see if it's clear, if you have any further questions. In order for a student to meet a Priority 1 status in the fiscal year for 2014 award, he or she must have completed the 13-14 FAFSA in time to generate results in a non-rejected status on or before March 15th. As long as a non-rejected ICER was generated by March 15th, it does not matter. Oops, what the heck? It does not matter if a later ICER transaction was used to determine the student's aid package and need component for the program. Does everybody get that? Any questions about that? Let me give you just an example. I have a student who applied at the University of Texas at Austin and did their FAFSA and submitted it for University of Texas at Austin. Later, they decided to go University of Texas A&M. Well, A&M doesn't get their FAFSA transaction till that later date of April 1st. But they actually applied and received a non-rejected FAFSA transaction on March 1st. Can A&M use the March 1st deadline or application? Yes. Yes. They had a non-rejected ICER on March 1st. A&M didn't get it till April 1st, but they had a non-rejected ICER on March 1st, so they did meet the deadline. And I get that a lot. TASFA students, the application must have been received on or before the deadline at the student's financial aid office. So you want to have a record that the student submitted their application by that deadline. If a student is selected for verification, even if they had a non-rejected ICER before the March 15th deadline, if they're selected for verification and that verification isn't completed by October 1st, they are not eligible. And they may come back, but I did my FAFSA in February. I just got selected for verification. It wasn't my fault. I did it. No, unfortunately, if it's not been completed and the verification isn't cleared by October 1st, we cannot award those students. And you have any questions about that? I know it's sad. It is. But it's true. This is just some of the data elements that this is the request file. We're still just talking about the top 10% fund request or reimbursement request file. These changes occurred across the board. This is in an effort to protect student information. We are no longer collecting student directory information. No address, no zip code, no state, nothing. So these are all filler fields. If you're not familiar with this request for reimbursement file, it is a fixed length file. So it's a lot of blanks. It's about 120 blanks. So the way it'll look like information, name, social security, yes, and then blank, 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 and then a date. So if you're looking at it, don't try to put it together. Don't take them out. Leave me 120 blanks. I need them there. There are 2 files that need to be submitted. One is for initial, the other one's for renewal. They don't go together. Initial is separate from renewal. Renewal just has one extra data element, and that is the R for renewal that identifies that these students are renewal. If the system knows that the student was previously awarded, it'll kick it back and say there's an error, the student's previously awarded. Don't freak out. Take them off the file, put them in a separate file, put an R behind it. Any questions? I'm going to ask you to wait till you get a mic so online people can hear you.
Is it possible to eliminate these data elements? The address?
We did a short survey with schools, and they seemed to. The feedback we got was that schools prefer to leave the data elements alone and just have them blank. And this was for Texas Grant, TOG, and so we did the same for Top 10. So we heard that there was more technical issues with changing the data element and the whole structure of the file than just leaving those blank. Just know if you look at a Top 10 request for reimbursement file, you're looking at a lot of blanks. What's happening? Okay, so I do want to go over the fact that the request for reimbursement file does not check SAP. It is just, you're just submitting the student's information to be reimbursed for an award. So you do not have to submit a summer update. A lot of top 10% students receive summer updates because they need to complete 30 hours. So they do go to summer school. If they were last reported only having completed 20 hours, you can still request their money and submit their summer update later. So it's not checking whether or not they're SAP eligible. It's just checking, whether or not you're requesting the money. If they're not SAP eligible, you can update that information later. We'll verify that during the year-end report process. Also, professional judgments will be done during the year-end report process. If you do, let me just make one more point. If you do submit, there's a priority status is identified based on the ICER date that you report on this file. If you do submit priorities to students, I can collect that information, but I will not pay them. So if you have 100 students on your file and 20 of them are priority 2 students because you're crossing your fingers hoping that we're going to pay them, I'm not paying them. I'm only paying 80 of the 100 students. Those 20 are just going to sit, and I'm not going to award them. Just wanted you to know.
Sophia?
Yes.
We have a question.
Okay.
If the current school wasn't listed as a school on the original FAFSA and was added prior to March 15th, the current school cannot determine that there was a non-rejected ICER record prior to March 15th. How can the awarding school verify the non-rejected ICER date prior to March 15th?
I'm going to see if Lynn could help clarify this for me.
Y'all are going to have to help me here because y'all are going to have to help me here because it's been a while since I've actually been at the school to see what you're actually drawing down from the federal processor. When you draw down, say, an O3 transaction, it's the first transaction that has listed your institution. What are you doing at your institutions? And we're going to need the microphone so that they can answer. How are you at your institutions verifying? Good, we're going to have an answer. Verifying that that student had a non-rejected ICER prior to the priority, by the priority deadline, that it was in non-rejected status but didn't have your institution included on it.
When you receive the transaction number that you're not the first transaction, then you can go in the COD to confirm the other ICER completion dates.
How quickly we forget. Yes. So the answer to that question, I hope you heard that for the online person. You can go into COD and query the first transaction or the second transaction to see if they had a non-rejected ICER transaction March 15th or earlier.
I hope this answers the question, but we do get that question a lot. Okay, let me go to the next slide.
Can I have one more?
Yes.
Since the priority deadline is advertised as March 15th, what about the students that file the FAFSA on March 15th? Chances are FAFSA may not process the FAFSA on that day. We need to tell those top 10 students to file before March 15th, correct?
They have to file the FAFSA in time to generate the results in a non-rejected status by March the 15th. So if they file it on March the 15th, that is not in time to generate the results in a non-rejected status by March the 15th. That transaction has to have a March 15th date or earlier when the central processor, the CPS, actually processes that and creates the transaction. Does that make sense?
Everybody understand that?
So it's very important. That is a good point. You need to be letting your students know that they need to file in time so the CPS will generate their results, and that can't be March the 15th. They have to do that at least by what? March the 28th, hopefully? March the 28th. That was silly. That's a couple of days before March the 15th.
Okay. So we're now, I think I figured out why it's switching. It must have a timer on it. So we're now discussing the reimbursement report again, and we're going to talk about errors. Your reimbursement report has very limited information. So there's not a lot of errors that your report can generate. If it's not formatted correctly, you'll get an error. The most common error right now is actually generated as a result of a typo on our end. The header appropriation year is 2013. I know we're in 2014 fiscal year, but the appropriation year is 2013. The handouts that were provided in this for this workshop include the updated reimbursement request instructions, and you can see that it's 2013. Oh my gosh. Otherwise, you rarely get an error. If you do, the error report will only list the student records that generated an error. You will correct that student record and resubmit the entire file and get the entire file accepted. If you find a student record that generates an error and you decide that the student is ineligible for some reason, then you can pull that record off and then resubmit your file. Otherwise, the idea is for you to correct those errors and resubmit the entire file, much like you do an end-of-year report. Duplicates. Duplicates are not errors. Duplicates are warnings. So if you get a file, you submit it, and you get an email that says your file has been accepted, and then in the secure file transfer folder, you have a report that lists 3 or 4 duplicates. Those students are duplicates, and all other students on your file will be paid. The duplicate students will stay unpaid until we clear that error. Last year, and we asked you to contact the school and confirm that you confirm on your end that the student's actually enrolled. And then you confirm with the school that got paid because you're notified who that school is, whether or not they're attending and if they're going to be refunding money. If you can do that on your end, you can send me an email and I'll make that update and pay you the student. If not, I normally end up running a report and sending secure emails to schools who have duplicates or verification pending saying the following students are duplicates on your report. Are they currently enrolled? The following students are verification pending. Have you cleared the verification so that I can start awarding or paying you for those students? So I do that on my own as well. But if you want to you only have one kid, he's enrolled, he's in your office right now, he's bugging you and calling you, you can clear that on your own and send me an email. Please, put in the subject line, duplicate confirmation, and put the student's name and date of birth, and I can take that as well to move them from duplicate to approved status and pay you. If your file is accepted, you'll receive a notification, an accept email. If you have duplicate records or verification pending, those will still be accepted, but they will not be paid. So if you submit 11 records for $22,000, and 2 of those are verification pending, and 2 of those are duplicates, they're all been accepted. They just will not be paid. So when I go to pay you, you're going to get a reimbursement report And you'll see there that instead of 11 students listed, there's only 8 or however many students you have. So they are accepted records. These are warnings, but they will be accepted. They just will not be paid until they're cleared. And the deadline to clear these is October 1st, which is like 2 weeks away. Does anyone have any questions about this? I'll be happy to answer. Has everyone here submitted a request file? Raise your hand. No? What? 1 person? 2 people? Okay, well, good. We need your request files because, again, you need to clear these issues before October 1st.
And I want to emphasize the October 1st funding is very limited. There will not be any additional funding after October 1st. So it's very important that you submit your file and clear duplicates and verification by October 1st, because anything not cleared or submitted by then will not be funded. Even if you've awarded them on your end, we're not going to fund them. So,
I know. You want to submit your file and get those all cleared up now. Okay, well, thank you so much.
Just real quick before we move on from nuts and bolts, we did have one question online that I kind of answered while Sophia was going over top 10, but it had to do with SAP, and was the SAP information updated for the 12-13 school year on the Student Award History site? And the answer is yes. That information actually, the SAP information is updated as schools certify their year-end report. The only thing that's updated on August 1st are the number of years and semesters in the program. One other thing about the new funds requests, we have started to receive those, not a lot from the 2 years, but I've received quite a few from the 4 years, and I just wanted to get some feedback to see how that process was going for everyone as well. Did anyone have any questions about the new funds request form before we move out of nuts and bolts? Okay, well, I look forward to getting those.
Lunchtime, right? No. Oh.
Okay, we have one more presentation before we break for lunch, and it's another legislative update issue, and it has to do with exemptions and waivers. While they're bringing that up, let me make a couple of statements. You've heard it from our staff already, but if you have ideas of how we can improve our operations, we would love to hear from you. We may not be able to do what you're asking us to do, but we'd like to know what direction we should be moving in. So please send us your ideas of how to improve our operations, our requirements and such. And to the extent that we can accommodate you, we will move in that direction. Just like you, we are in a queue for programming time. We request programming and they get to it when they can get to it. So it may not happen very quickly. But unless we know where we need to be going to make it work better for you, we won't go that way. So your inputs are very much appreciated as we go along. I'm sorry, I hope this works better. Okay, exemptions and waivers. First, we're going to look at some just basic vocabulary. If you look at the statutes, first, before I get into this, let me ask you, how many of you work with exemptions and waivers in your office, in the financial aid office? Okay, quite a few of you. It's very likely, as you hear what's going on with these programs, that that's going to increase over time. Some of the changes that occurred in this last session makes your world more relevant to the exemption and waiver world. So this may, even if you're not working with them now, you're likely to get involved some in the future. So hopefully I can make that connection make sense to you. Exemptions and waivers, when you look in statutes, Those terms are very casually used. Sometimes you talk about a waiver of an exempted amount, this kind of thing. So we have used certain terms in our publications about exemptions and waivers, our fact sheets and so forth. And when a coordinating board person talks about an exemption, we're talking about an exemption program that allows a resident or non-resident to pay a reduced tuition and or fee amount. So it could be residents or non-residents, and it could be a fee or a tuition charge that's impacted. A waiver, on the other hand, in our world, is a program that allows a non-resident to pay a reduced tuition rate. It has nothing to do with fees. It has to do with tuition only, and it only impacts non-resident students. Okay? Of those programs, again, when you look at statute, you're going to find that some are listed as being optional and some as mandatory. And what I mean by optional is that when you look at the statute, it indicates the governing board of an institution may do something. If it's mandatory, what you're going to find in there is one of, the most common language is the governing board of an institution shall. Or you'll find something like a student is entitled to an exemption, and in that case, it's a mandatory program. If you look forward in your handouts to beyond the slides, you'll find a table that we've put together to try to summarize some of the information we'll be talking about today. And we'll look at that table a bit more in a few minutes. Selective service registration was not something we used to talk about when we talked about exemptions and waivers, but it's become relevant in that we were asked by an institution whether the selective service registration is a requirement for an exemption or waiver, and we had to do research to get an answer to it. The bottom line is if you're at a community college, the answer is no, because both your tuition and your fees are called local revenues and are not state revenues. If you're not at a community college, it doesn't impact fees, but if it's impacting tuition, if the student's tuition is being reduced, then that is something for which the student would need to have selective service registration, because tuition at an institution other than a community college is considered state revenue. Okay? All right. Okay, next. I am so good with technology. Thank you. There were a number of bills that were passed in this last session that had to do with exemptions and waivers. In your slide, what you'll see is that the first one is House Bill 1025. This one had to do with Hazelwood and having some money to reimburse institutions. We'll talk some more about that in a minute. Senate Bill 220 has to do with firefighters and peace officers. How many of you work with firefighter and peace officer exemptions? Have you? Okay. One of the problems we've had over time is in the last 3 sessions, there have been at least 2 bills passed about those programs, and the 2 bills have not agreed with one another. And so the statute was nice and simple for firefighters. Then it got more complex for firefighters, and then it went kind of insane for firefighters and peace officers. The insanity continued for another 2 years, and now what they have done with Senate Bill 220 is they've sorted it out. So they now have separate sections for those 2 exemptions, and we have new citations for them that we can rely on in the future. So hopefully most of that confusion is gone.
Okay.
Yes.
We have a couple questions about firefighter. Do you want to wait or?
No, we can see if I can answer.
Can we pay for courses that are not on the fire tech degree plan that students are pursuing? Example, the student under the fire tech program, but is taking a fire tech course not on that particular degree plan.
I would ask them to send that. We'll probably need to respond officially to that. As I recall the requirements for the firefighter exemption, the institution defines the courses that make up a fire science curriculum. So if that course is something that they would consider, it could be English, If they've decided that those prerequisites are a part of the fire science curriculum, then that is something that they could exempt the student from the payment of. But again, it's tuition and lab fees that are waived in that program.
Follow-up, does exemption pay for repeat courses that have previously been passed?
There is nothing in statute that would keep them from doing that. When we talk about Senate Bill 1210, there'll be some implications that might come up, and that will be relevant to the answer to that question. Okay. I always get a little bit nervous when the questions start coming in. There are over 60 exemption and waiver programs. In 2012, 250,000 awards were made to students through an exemption or waiver program, and the value of that program statewide was over $500 million. That's one of the reasons, as we talk about these statutory changes, that they're trying to pull in a little bit of control to try to keep those from continuing to grow so rapidly. Senate Bill 1158 had a great deal to deal with the Hazelwood Act, and we'll talk a bit more about it. Senate Bill 1159 also is Hazelwood, but reporting primarily. And then Senate Bill 1210 is the one that actually adds some restrictions or requirements for continuation awards in exemptions and waivers, and we'll now get into that again in just a moment. Can you do the next slide for me? I'm going to be lazy and let you do that, if you will. You'll notice I've talked about statutes. You cannot grant an exemption or waiver to someone just because your institution would like to do so. Even if it's a population you'd really like to encourage to come to your institution, institutions can't waive tuition and fees unless there's a statute that gives you that authority to do so. What you could probably do in that case is come up with a third source for funding, a private source for funding, and pay those reductions through a different source of money, not institutional money, and come up with what to the student feels like an exemption. But you can't actually grant an exemption where you do not collect the full cost unless you have legislative authority to do so. The bills that I've talked about are all accessible by going to the Texas Legislature online website. I'm not going to go through the steps, but I am giving you a bird's eye view of these programs, or another way of looking at it is you're looking through my keyhole to see what I thought was important about these statutes. There may be other things in the statute that you want to be aware of. So if you work with exemptions and waivers, or you know who does work on your campus, I would suggest giving this list to them and urging them to take a look at them to see what was changed. Okay? All right. The coordinating board role in exemptions and waivers. There once was a time when I was ambitious enough to think I should be answering all your questions about exemptions and waivers. And that was probably when I was young, about 20 years ago. And what's happened over time is I recognize that these things are getting more complicated. Your students are becoming more varied in what you're dealing with. And what even is more important, and perhaps the most important thing, is that there are some of these things for which I don't have the authority to give you a definitive answer. If an exemption or waiver has a statute that indicates the coordinating board is to adopt rules regarding it, in that case, we do have an authority and an obligation to try to help you with some of these questions, and we will do everything that we can to do so. If we don't have rulemaking authority, then I will be glad to give you my opinion, but my opinion is no more prevalent than what your opinion might be. If you don't agree with me, you can override my decision or my suggestion on those. So what we're trying to do is make sure you understand that the institutions have a great deal to do with the interpretation of these statutes. Again, if you, let's at this time go to that table that I was talking about a moment ago. Again, if you flip forward to the last slide of this presentation, and then there's an Excel spreadsheet. Some of you have seen an earlier version of this. Back in 2011, they changed the statutory citations for most of these programs. And so we had this rather simple list that said, here's the program, this was its old citation, and this is the new citation. Well, we've taken the old citations off this, so now hopefully you're all familiar with the new ones and you're able to find the legislation when you need it. But what we've also tried to do is give you more information, enrich the information we're providing you. The first column, which is O or M, and you have a key at the bottom of the table to explain these codes. But an O means it's optional. The institution is not required to make that award if it chooses not to. Obviously, if you choose to make the award, you have to make it to all eligible students. It's not for Jane and not for Joe. It's a yes or no for that program. If it's mandatory, again, it's mandatory. If the student is eligible, you need to make the award. Having just said that, we'll be talking about circumstances under which you would deny a mandatory exemption, and we'll talk about that in a minute. We also have added in the far right two columns, one that indicates that the program is yes or no impacted by Senate Bill 1210, and that will make more sense to you when we finish this presentation. But in the far right column, we have given you the citation for our rules. So this tells you, in keeping with what I was saying before, as to where we have more authority or not to answer your questions. Those that are in that last column as CB rules indicates the ones that we can have a little more authority to help you figure out what to do with a particular student. Okay? Any questions? Boy, you guys are quiet. Either you're really anxious to get away for lunch.
Jane?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
We have a question about the competitive scholarship.
The competitive scholarship? Okay.
A student receives a $1,000 competitive scholarship divided between fall and spring. Student attends summer school. Does the out-of-state waiver apply to the summer?
Okay, did everyone hear the question? The disbursements are fall and spring, but the student is enrolling fall, spring, and summer. Does the waiver apply to summer? It depends on the wording of the scholarship. If the scholarship indicates, the scholarship award indicates this is for the academic year, and your institution defines academic year as fall, spring, and summer, then that summer would be covered. If it's a football scholarship for fall, then spring and summer would not be covered. So that scholarship award letter defines the context of the waiver that's granted on that. Okay? Connie, soon I'm going to quit letting you ask questions. Okay. Senate Bill 1210. Good news is it isn't in effect now. They're giving us a year to get this up and running. And that's an improvement over some things that have happened in the past with the legislature. They're being much more obliging and giving us at least a year to set the stage for some of the changes that they're doing. It only applies to continuation awards. It has nothing to do with whether the student can get that first award as a foster care student, as a blind or deaf student, as a child of a deceased peace officer. That original award is still the same as it has been in the past. It has only to do with renewal students, renewal awards. Now, one of the things I have on that slide is this thing here, this second term. And that may be a misunderstanding on my part as to how your systems handle exemptions and waivers. If your institution awards exemptions and waivers on a yearly basis or a fall-spring basis as opposed to separately by term, then it impacts the next time you make that decision of eligibility for the award. Okay, so there's nothing in statute that says this has to be done every semester if that's not the way you already do your decisions about eligibility for these programs. What the Senate Bill 2010 or 1210 does is it says anyone who is a continuing exemption or waiver student, whether they're undergraduate or graduate, to get that continuation award, they have to be meeting the financial aid GPA requirement at your institution for a renewal award. It doesn't matter if they're meeting your percentage completion rate and things like that. It's only the GPA that they're zeroing in on. So if these exemptions and waivers are not handled by the financial aid office, whatever office is making these decisions starting fall 2014, or actually this summer because for fall 2014, they're going to need to know what your financial aid GPA requirements are so they can apply that correctly in determining whether a student is eligible for one of these exemptions or waivers. Okay? So again, if you don't do it in your house, you're going to get that information to the house of your shop that does handle it. The other change that Senate Bill 1210 does is it says if this is an undergraduate student, doesn't impact graduates on this one. If it's an undergraduate and they're reaching, or they have reached, the hour limit for their degree, or the hour limit for you to get formula funding for their degree, which is typically 30 hours beyond their degree plan. If they've reached that limit by the beginning of a term, they can't get a renewal award. What's happened in the past is, let's say you have a student who has been getting an exemption from tuition and fees just for years and years and years. And now they have 150 hours of undergraduate hours, still no degree. And in the past, what does happen is your institution can no longer get formula funding for the hours that that student takes once they hit that limit. But your institution can turn around and say, okay, I'm going to raise your tuition and fees because I can't cover it with formula funding. If a student has a mandatory exemption from tuition and fees, they just get exempted from that higher tuition and fee amount. That will no longer be allowed. That's what the intent of this change was, is to say once they hit that year limit, they can't get a continuation award. Now, one of the things that's going to come up, obviously, is how do you get the word out to your students who have been getting these for a while and will be really, really amazed next fall if they can't qualify for it. And that's going to be something you're going to probably need to do, is to help get the word out to them so next fall is not going to be absolute chaos for you and for them. Okay, let's look some more at Senate Bill 1210. Yes, ma'am.
This is in regards to SAP and excess hours. An institution's federal SAP policy doesn't consider excess hours as defined by the state in the calculation. Maximum hours is 150% of the program requirements. Institutions will need to use a combination of SAP and excess hours for waivers and exemptions, correct?
Okay, the only part of SAP that now will apply to exemptions and waivers is GPA. Not continuation or rate, not
Pace or progression.
Not pace or progression, just GPA. Okay?
A follow-up.
There was a second part to that?
Could a student be meeting SAP for financial aid, but not for waivers?
Okay, let me finish the commentary because waivers are going to be slightly different from exemptions. And sorry, guys, but this is a complicated piece of legislation. Even within, let's first talk about exemptions. As you can imagine, as this bill was being discussed in the legislature, there were interest groups that were very concerned about the impact of these provisions on their populations. The sponsor of the bill was Senator Zaffirini, who is a very, very strong proponent for foster care students. And so from the get-go, foster care students were excluded from the provisions of the bill. So if you have a foster care student who has a GPA that does not meet your financial aid requirement, that won't disqualify them. That's a program that is exempted from these new requirements. All of these programs that are listed here are exemptions. Dual credit, no dual credit exemption is to be impacted by a student's GPA. Obviously, they won't have any hour issues for those students. Foster care, they could keep on going in foster care without impact on the GPA or the number of hours that they've taken. Ex-prisoners of war, children of and spouses of deceased deceased veterans killed in the line of duty, missing in action, or who died as a result of injury or illness related to service. Now, notice the footnote. This applies to the children and spouses. Okay, the exemption from the requirements applies to the children and spouses of deceased veterans. It does not apply, in other words, the GPA requirement and the hour limit will apply to the veteran, him or herself, and to the children or spouse of disabled veterans. So for some unknown reason, they split Hazelwood between those that had to do with the veteran being deceased and those having to do with the surviving veteran. Okay? Waivers, and this is getting back to the question that Connie was raising, or was raised through Connie, is that waivers that allow a non-resident to pay the resident rate are exempted. Okay? Let me repeat that. If I'm a student who is getting a graduate assistantship waiver, and because of that I'm getting to pay the resident rate, the GPA doesn't apply, and if I had, we're talking to graduates, so the other thing doesn't come up. And I think what was going on is they were trying to exclude waivers in general, but the problem is that waivers are all over the map in the statute. So what happens is that we have a few waiver programs, because they don't allow you to pay the resident rate, that will be impacted by this program. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay. It does not apply to waivers. And again, a waiver lets a non-resident pay the reduced rate. If it allows the non-resident to pay the resident rate, like the Border County exemption. Well, actually, Border County doesn't work. If it does not apply to waivers that allow them to pay the resident rate. It does apply to those who simply reduce the non-resident rate. So the 100-mile waiver, if you're a university within 100 miles of the Texas border and you allow students to enroll and pay a tuition $30 above the resident rate, that person would have to meet the GPA requirement and the undergraduate hour limit. Okay? They are not exempted. It's an exception from the exemption from the waiver. Wow. Okay. Border state. In most cases, the border state exemptions and waivers have to do with reciprocity. It's a matter of we charge their students a rate that is what they would charge our students if our students were going to their institution. So if that happens to be the resident rate, then that would qualify for the exemption. If it's a different rate altogether, then that would be someone that would have to meet the GPA requirement and so forth. The Good Neighbor Scholarship, surprisingly, would be impacted by the new requirements because it doesn't allow a non-resident to pay the resident rate. It allows a non-resident to not pay any tuition. So because it doesn't meet what the statute says, our interpretation is that they will have to meet the GPA requirement. And if they happen to be undergraduates, meet the hour limit. Okay, next slide. Okay, the GPA requirement is both graduates and undergraduates. It's both sets of students. And it is based on your financial aid GPA. So this is where your office will be involved, whether you handle these awards or not. There are hardship provisions. Just like with financial aid, you've got professional judgment that you can exercise. If you have a student whose GPA went down because they were in a car accident, you can give them the authority to get that renewal award in the next semester. So again, this is very similar to what you do in financial aid. Don't be surprised if those offices who are now doing these now say, why don't we move these to financial aid since they deal with these kinds of issues? So be aware that that battle might be coming. Again, these are things that you're very familiar with, but if you're talking about your business office making these awards or your admissions and registrar's office, they may be looking to you for some guidance or that. Or you might want to voluntarily give them some guidance so that they can do it and not think in terms of moving it to you. Okay? Again, this is in effect for fall 2014, not now. Next slide. Excess hours, only undergraduates for that one. And it's typically 30 hours above the student's degree plan. The good news is that the hours that are counted are exactly the same hours that are counted for whether you get formula funding or not. So that calculation is being made by your institution already. And again, you can exempt someone from this requirement based on a good cause. One of the questions that came up had to do with what if the good cause is that they didn't realize the requirements had changed for next fall, and so we want to do it. That really shouldn't be an across-the-board kind of thing. You know, as you know, professional judgment typically is on an individual student type basis. Next slide. Okay, implementation, next fall. And so we please get word out to your kids, those who are getting them now, so that they know that when they try to come in next fall, they will have this additional requirement. Hopefully most of them will be meeting these requirements and it's not going to cause them trouble. But for those that will, obviously they're going to have a shock treatment when that occurs. We will be updating our website to make sure it reflects this. But if you have a way to reach your individual students who are getting exemptions and waivers, or if your business office does, sending them an email once a month between now and then saying, remember, your GPA has to be at least blah, and this kind of stuff might save you a whole lot of grief next fall when this hits the fan. Okay? No grandfathering. Except for those programs that are exempted, this applies to everybody. Okay? All right, so one of the things we talked about a moment ago were optional and mandatory waivers and exemptions. Let's say you have a mandatory exemption, like blind and deaf, but the student's GPA has dropped below your financial aid GPA requirement. Although on one level it's a mandatory exemption, this statute would require you to say you cannot get this award until you bring your GPA up to what you have to have, even though it's a mandatory program. All right? Are we having fun yet? Next slide. Okay. Formula funded courses, like I said before, the good news is that for the restriction in this program, they're using the formula funding definition of the hours that count. This is something else, though, that was added in Senate Bill 1210 right at the end of the session. And it's something that's already been in statute before, but not as clearly stated. And what this basically says, as you see, is that if a student is taking a course that does not generate formula funding for your school, he or she cannot get an exemption or a waiver for that course. Okay, so you have a student who's taking 4 courses. 2 of them are not generating formula funding, 2 of them are. The exemption would apply to the 2 that are generating formula funding. The idea behind that is that formula funding is a tax that tries to help you afford to offer that class. If you don't charge tuition and fees, how in the heck do you afford to offer a class that you're not getting tax support for? So they're trying to be more reasonable in the burden that you are facing on these things. Any questions about any of this? How would you go forward from here in your office? Jim, at your institution, where are exemptions and waivers handled? In the business office? Okay, I hope you will have, could you give him and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but do you have any idea how you might go forward in trying to make this known to them and help them do it? Early retirement is not an option?
I'm looking at Marion because I'm wondering if we would just communicate this to the business office. Unfortunately, what we find at our institution is a lot of time we have to carry water for the business office where it comes to announcements and everything. I think probably what we would try to do is we have a Facebook contact for our financial aid, as well as on our in-institution television, and we would probably put ads out there. I don't know that we would go more radically than that. We'll certainly want to make our business office aware of these changes.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that these notifications are going to go to the appropriate agencies at each institution.
Well, we will carry this message to any place that we're invited to give a presentation to. I will speak with TACRO, the registrars and admissions folk, at their conference and certainly bring it to their attention. And we often have an invitation to one or two of the business officer meetings. But the bottom line in most legislative change is that the governmental relations office of the institution has that responsibility to alert its institution about these kinds of changes. If we can help in any way, we'd be glad to. We can put this information on our web. In fact, this PowerPoint will be in the materials on the Grants and Special Programs website. It's there now, so you could email that forward to try to help them get aware of it. I'm not sure how proactive we can be beyond that, but obviously, the communication within your institution is going to be very critical to the success of that program. Okay, next slide. House Bill 1025. I'm sorry.
Question.
Connie.
Will the institution be allowed to offer a first semester warning of not meeting the 2.0 GPA before we would put a student on suspension that's allowed under the current federal policy?
I think that would be counter to the intent of the legislation, which is for this to go into effect in fall 2010. In fall 2014. Sorry. Actually, the first draft of this bill had it go into effect in fall 2012, and it was because the bill had been introduced last session and they didn't update it. But anyway, I think the bill is very clear about legislative intent, that it's in effect for fall 2014. I think on a student-by-student basis, there obviously can be some exceptions made. Beyond that, it's the institution's choice as to how they handle it. I don't think I can say that's a good move. Okay? I don't know to what extent any of this is going to be audited immediately. One would hope they would give institutions some time to get this up and running before any kind of audits are done. Okay, ready to move on? House Bill 1025 is that wonderful bill that actually puts $30 million aside to help reimburse institutions for Hazelwood costs. In particular, it's talking about legacy program costs. Legacy is that piece of the program that allows a veteran to sign his or her hours to a child, and that is the part of the program that is just ballooning and costing institutions a lot of money. So they have appropriated $30 million to be distributed among institutions based on your legacy costs, and the legacy cost numbers are coming from the Hazelwood database for which your institution submits student-by-student records. And the coordinating board's role in that was to come up with the data that had been submitted by institutions and share that distribution formula based on that with the LBB, Legislative Budget Board. They actually finalized the distribution formula, and then once that's done, we will distribute the funds to you. At this point in time, we have no sense of when exactly that's going to happen. But we do know that the money, once it is made available to you, you will have 2 years to use all of this coming biennium. So it is at least a recognition on the part of the legislature of how these programs are beginning to cost institutions dearly, and an effort to try to offset some of that expense to you. Okay, next. Senate Bill 1158. from our standpoint at the coordinating board, the main thing about this bill is that it moves Hazelwood administration from the coordinating board to the Texas Veterans Commission. One of the things that has occurred this summer is that the coordinating board rules on Hazelwood have been repealed. Those have been readopted by Texas Veterans Commission, and so the same provisions are in place, but you won't find them going on our website. They're accessible through the TVC website. Again, looking in your handout, if you go beyond that chart that we were looking at a moment ago, there's a one-pager from Texas Veterans Commission having to do with Hazelwood. And at the bottom of that, could we have the next slide? The bottom of that, you have the names of these two gentlemen who are the deputy or the education lead and the deputy director of Veterans Education at TVC. You have their email address and their phone number. Also, you have a general phone number for that office, the Veterans Education Office at Texas Veterans Commission. They will be coming out, and you have a kind of a timeline here. They will be coming out with their version of Hazelwood rules that will reflect changes that were adopted or that were passed in this past legislation. They are going through what's called the negotiated rulemaking process. They are by statute required to do so in developing those rules, and it will probably be late fall, early, sometime in spring before those new rules are out and available for you. We'll talk a little bit more about negotiated rulemaking later on in the day. Any questions? Okay, again, if you want questions answered about the Hazelwood Act, you need to go to the Texas Veterans Commission to get that information. However, there are three things that our office will continue to do up until such time as they're in a position to do it. One of them is the fall report for Hazelwood will be submitted to us just like the previous reports have been. So those same kind of procedures for the reporting of your fiscal year 2013 students. The other thing is that students have to not be in default on a loan made or guaranteed by the state, and right now that is being handled through the coordinating board. We'll continue to do that until TVC has been given enough access to do some of that, or that whole process is re-examined. And then the other thing is some students try to go online to look at their record in Hazelwood database to see how many hours they have left, and they have trouble accessing it. We will continue to work with those students to help them access those files. So those three things we'll continue to do, but in general, the rest of the administration of Hazelwood has been moved to the Texas Veterans Commission.
Jane, can I add something? It looks like on this slide, the phone number for TVC and the toll-free number were cut off. So if I could give those to you right now. If you want to contact them from Austin, the number is 512-463-3168. And then...
Okay, 512-463-3168.
68. Toll free, 877-898-3833. And they also have an email address. It's vetsed@tvc.texas.gov. Thank you.
Okay, the good news is that it is on the handout, so hopefully you have that information. And thank you, Connie. I appreciate the update. Next slide. There is another bill that was passed that had to do with Hazelwood, and it's Senate Bill 1159. And this assigns to the Legislative Budget Board a major study of the Hazelwood exemption program with the goal of determining the sustainability of the program and so forth. They will be asking for a lot of information. They are already asking for us for a lot of information. We have taken what we have and are sharing it with them, both from the new database that we have and also from the prior records that we have. The study is to submit a report in December of 2014, which is not that long from now. The LBB is conducting the study. Texas Veterans Commission and the coordinating board are specifically named as assisting them in that. But they also have this little statement about institutions of higher education shall provide the data as requested by the LBB. So you're very likely to be pulled into this at some point in time for Hazelwood statistics. Next slide, please. The kinds of statistics that were called for in the statute are very, 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 very ambitious. Things that we don't necessarily collect now or that we have never collected. So again, how this evolves over time is yet to be determined. Among the things they have in here are by race, ethnicity, institution, and FAFSA data, breaking down Hazelwood recipients and so forth, undergraduate, graduate, and doctoral hours attempted and earned per term, degrees attempted and earned, GPAs per year, graduation rates. Now, sometimes we can do this. It goes back to the fact that if we can identify a Hazelwood person, we can go to enrollment reports and identify when they had Hazelwood and some things like that. Some of this stuff, though, we may not be collecting. And all I can say is stay tuned. You may be getting some requests for data from LBB. We are trying to provide as much as we can and kind of head them off at the pass and help them understand what is available. That's really the stage we're in now. Connie, isn't that how you would describe it? If we're still in the stage of saying, what do we have and what can we do with it? And then if that is determined not to be adequate for what they're trying to do, in all likelihood, they'll be coming back to you for some more information. Next. Okay. This is a repeat of what was said before, but I just wanted to make sure everyone heard it. You've got two parts of Hazelwood, or Hazelwood is split into two parts in the application of Senate Bill 1210. The children and spouse of deceased veterans or missing in action or those who died from service-related illness or injury, those people are exempted from the GPA requirement and the hour limit. The rest of Hazelwood recipients are not. Okay? If you don't administer Hazelwood in your area, and how many of you do? Okay. Please share this information with your veterans office so they understand that this is coming, effective fall 2014. Next slide. Okay. All right. Pop quiz. And mine, I'm not as technologically advanced as Lynn, so I don't have the answers to pop up for you. So, are the following exemptions mandatory or optional? Okay. What would you do to find that answer? If you don't already know. You'd look at the list. Right. Wow. Good. Okay. Foster care is mandatory. Valedictorian, believe it or not, is optional. It's an institution may, not an institution shall. Blind and deaf, mandatory. And Hazelwood, mandatory. Okay, so the only one up there listed that is optional is the valedictorian. True or false? Senate Bill 1210 adds a financial aid SAP to all exemptions and waivers. Okay, it's false on a couple of levels. Number one, when it says all exemptions and waivers, obviously there's some that are not impacted by it. What's the other one? It's not SAP that's applied, it's financial aid GPA. That's a huge difference. Pardon?
The financial aid GPA from their SAP policy. Correct.
Okay. Okay. A foster care exemption recipient has completed 110 hours of 120 hours of his degree and plans to register for 15 hours. Can he or she receive the exemption? Okay. Is that person, do the new requirements apply to that student? They don't for two reasons. Number one, foster care is one of the exempt groups. Trick question. But number two is that this person hasn't reached the limit of his undergrad hours, okay? So even if it was something that would be impacted by 1210, they're not at that limit. So let's say I have a degree that's 120 hours, and I now have 140 hours. I'll have 149 hours. I could still get the exemption for that term. It's having hit that limit prior to the start of the term is what makes that term ineligible. Okay? Make sense? Next, please. All right. My GPA dropped because I was in a car accident. Can I still get my continuation exemption? If granted by the institution, right. The professional judgment option is there. True or false? The GPA requirement from Senate Bill 1210 applies to undergraduates and graduates. The hour limit restriction only applies to undergraduates. True or false? True. True. GPA restriction is everybody. The hour limit is only undergraduates. Okay? True or false? If it's a mandatory exemption, you must grant it even if the student GPA is below the minimum. Are all mandatory exemptions now mandatory? Okay, the answer is false. It may be a mandatory exemption. Let's say it's for the blind and deaf. But the student's GPA is below your financial aid GPA requirement. That person who has been getting an exemption for the last 5 semesters, if their GPA overall is below your financial aid GPA requirement, would not be able to get it in the fall. So that's why it would be good to let him know. If it was a foster care that's exempted from these restrictions, then that would not be true. Correct. That's why you want to get that group of exemptions well known. And that's why we tried to do it in the table. One of the other things I'll mention about that table I gave you, this is our first attempt to put all that information in one location. If you are working with it and you find anything that's not correct, please let us know and we'll make the correction and send out a corrected version. That is a loaded table. There's a lot of information there. Hopefully you'll find it useful as you work with these programs. Next slide. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Back on the slide previously, before the questions, the more on SB 1159, the data
yes.
that's going to be requested, number by race, ethnicity, institution, and FAFSA data. What's going to be required from the FAFSA on that?
Where the FAFSA comes into play is that in the statute or in the bill that was passed, it had something about socioeconomic status was one of the things they mentioned about veterans. And from our standpoint, with the data that's collected, the only thing that we can think of that might be considered a source of socioeconomic information would be like the income from the FAFSA. So again, if we can identify a Hazelwood student who is in the FAFSA, then we can pull the income information for that family.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is because we had a student this year, she's a beginning freshman, and she came in our office, she filed her FAFSA under her parents' information. She came in the office and told us that she was filing under her grandmother was going to adopt her so that she could get more federal aid and also be under the legacy. So
And she did it.
Okay.
they did it, but we contacted Department of Ed, and they said since she'd already filed the FAFSA under her parents, that this year, I mean, it was a professional judgment, but they would not recommend that we override that and let her have the independency.
Interesting.
So then I'm wondering how it's going to affect her legacy this year. Now, next year, he said she'll just file automatically as an adopted student, even though it was an adult adoption, because the student was over 18.
Wow. Okay. Legacy doesn't really care about FAFSA because it's not need-based. So all of that stuff is going on, and the student goes on with Legacy because it's assigned by the parent to the student. No. No. Again, in Legacy, Connie, I'm looking at you just for confirmation. In Legacy, a parent is someone who's a biological parent, step parent, adopted, are claimed for tax purposes. So as long as the parent continues to be the biological parent, so the connection would continue to be there. Okay, can we please go to lunch? I don't want any more questions. No, actually, if you have any more, let me know. Anything else on exemptions and waivers? If you have suggestions of how we can help get the word out about this, we would be glad to. We do not have rulemaking authority over this statute. All we're doing is being a source of information. But we would love to, if you have suggestions of how we can get the word out more so, let us know and we'd be glad to do it. Okay.
Resume again at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I need to check one email because I was seeing about the loan group. I wanted to find out if we did stop early, if they wanted to start.
We're only stopping 5 minutes early.
Oh, then that probably is irrelevant.
At 11:45.
Okay, then we will start back again at 1 o'clock. If you need any ideas about where you can find food to eat, talk to one of us, and we'll be glad to help you. And enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
And we do have one question that came in online that has to do with the morning session. So we're going to go ahead and get Connie to state what the question is. And I think it's one for Jane.
Okay, this is regarding going back to exemptions and waivers and the SAP requirement. This is a question. Since we run SAP annually, would the GPA have to be evaluated by term or for the year? Does it go along with your SAP process?
And my answer would be yes, it would go along with your SAT process. The slide that we had implied it would start with the spring term of spring 2015, or that it could be as early as that when we start having it come up in the second semester of a person's award. Forget the 2014 reference. But I have been advised that there are some institutions who do this only on an annual basis, and there was nothing in statute that indicated you had to do it on a semesterly basis. So I think go in sync with what you are currently doing.
Did anybody else have any questions that came up about the morning sessions that we need to address now before we go into loan programs? Okay, well then I'll turn it over to Albert, and he's going to talk about the state loan programs.
Hi, how are you? My name is Albert Contreras, and I'm the manager, or one of the managers in the loan program. And on behalf of the loan program, we wanted to welcome you and also thank you for taking a little bit of your time this afternoon to let us run through some information on our loan programs. But before we get started, I'd like to make just a couple of quick introductions. Higher? Better? Is it on? Can you hear me? It's okay. So a couple of introductions. Davin Burt, if you would, Davin, please stand up. Davin is also part of the loan origination area. If any of you all are handling loan programs at your campus, you may have heard of him or spoken with him, seen him before. He's one of our loan representatives and loan processors. Michelle Williams. Michelle Williams is one of our managers, one of my co-workers. She, where my department actually dishes out the money, Michelle's responsibility over the account servicing area is to ensure that once the kids have it, that they do what they're supposed to. They file their deferments, they make their payments. So her job is to be sure that money comes back to us. Janie Miramontes is the director over the loan program. She's hiding back there in the back. She's in charge of all of it. And Catherine Carson, who's kind of our liaison. Any legislative federal changes, she keeps her finger on the pulse of that and kind of helps us stay in line. So what are we going to talk about today? Davin's going to take care of coming up here and going over real quickly the College Access Loan Program. He's going to be going into a little bit of a discussion on origination fees and how that impacts annual percentage rates. And that tends to be kind of a focus of things right now. What's the annual percentage rate on these student loans? We'll talk a little bit about future funding, our current interest rates, origination fee structure and how that works, online messages and online reporting. When Davin finishes, we'll go into the bot portion. Michelle's going to start off by talking and leading us through the forgiveness aspect of Beyond Time. And when Michelle is done, then I'll come back up here when we play in musical chairs. I'll come back up here and answer or go over some of the legislative changes that are in store for us for the 14-15 academic year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Davin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Like Albert said, my name is Davin Burt. I'm a loan representative here with the coordinating board. Been around for about 7, almost 8 years, so I've been around a little while, seen a lot of changes. I'm going to go over primarily just the college access loan, touch on a few aspects of that before I hand it over to Michelle. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to go over kind of our fee structure. For those of you that don't know, College Access Loan is a credit-based loan program for students. Students can apply on their own, or if their credit does not meet the criteria, they can add a co-signer. Currently, the interest rate is a fixed 5.25% interest rate. We also have an origination fee, which is taken out prior to funds arriving at the schools. Now, that origination fee can be either 3% currently or 5%. It really just depends on if both parties, a student and a co-signer, are approved credit-wise, then the origination fee can be 3%. If only one party is approved, then it would be 5% currently. Now, as you can see on the slide, we kind of go over a couple of different scenarios where a student has a $10,000 loan and then a $25,000 loan. And as you see, the fees would represent the 5% origination fee in these cases, the date of disbursement, graduation date, and first payment date. Now, really want to focus on the APR in this situation. I think some people may get skittish when they see an origination fee, number one, and then maybe a 5% origination fee. Well, I mean, if you look at the numbers here, the APR for the $10,000 loan is actually a little bit higher, but the rate is very competitive. I mean, with the fixed 5.25% interest rate, the APR only goes up a fraction, really, to 5.62%. And then the same with the $25,000 loan. With the same, fixed rate of 5.25% and an origination fee of 5%, that APR is only 5.61%. So, I mean, really, if you look at us versus, say, a PLUS loan. PLUS loans, I think their APR starts out at about 6.4%. And I've seen other private loans where their APR starts at about 5.7. So, I mean, our rates are very competitive, even though we do have the origination fee. It's very competitive. And as you'll see a little bit later, origination fees are going to change a little bit. Okay. Future funding. The CAL program is our primary loan program, so really it's not going to go anywhere. Funding will continue to be available for students and their needs. So that's the one thing you can really count on, is the college access loan being there, being available for students. Interest rate, like I said, currently it's 5.25%, and it's been at that rate for the last few years. So hasn't been many changes in that. It's pretty stable at that level. Now, if I had a drum roll, I'd run it right now, because coming next academic year, 14 and 15, our origination fee structure is going to change a bit. it's going to go to a more tiered structure. There'll be origination fees of 0%, 3%, and 5%. And that structure is going to be based on the higher credit reporting score of either the applicant or the cosigner, or whichever way. Whoever has a higher credit score, that is what we're going to base the origination fee on. Roughly right now, to be approved, one must have at least a 700 Vantage score. So with this structure, if you're over 700, or one of the two parties is over 700, they can expect a 0% origination fee. If you're right around that 700, you'll be looking at the 3%. If you're under the 700, you'll be looking at the 5%. So hopefully this will kind of clarify things, make things a little bit more clear, because we get a lot of questions on that. Students are kind of confused on how that works. So hopefully this new structure that comes next year will help out, just kind of streamline things, clarify things for the student. Did anyone have any questions at this point? All right. So another thing that's very exciting, we've been waiting for about a year, is now financial administrative staff can now see a student's application status messages. So they can actually see where a student is at in the process before they go in and certify a loan, which is very helpful. In the past, they could have gone to our reports, but it didn't give you a real clear picture of where the student was. You were kind of, okay, the student hasn't finished everything. That's all you knew. Well, now you know exactly what the student has or has not done. So it's very exciting. Went into effect maybe a week ago. And I've already got some really good feedback on some schools saying, thank you, I'm so excited. Now I don't have to call you or send you a message, find out where a student is at in the process. And essentially, student can come in, you can look up their status, and bam, you can tell them exactly what they need to do right there without even having to contact us. So we're very happy about that. And we're finally able to bring it to fruition and put it out to you all. So if you haven't already and you take part in loans, check it out, pull up a student. As the slide shows, this is what you'll see now. It looks a bit different than what it was before, but if you pull up this student, you can see the current status area that's kind of blocked out in red. And below that, next to each of the student's loans, there's a click here for status message. You can click on that link, and then it will show the student and then the status messages below toward the bottom. This is for a college access loan, so there's 4 different areas. You see the required documents, what a student needs. In this case, promissory note and self-certification form have been received. Student credit, if the student had their credit pulled, shows that student's credit was approved and the cosigner is optional. Then the bottom section, well, the next step is for the cosigner, and in this case, we're waiting for the cosigner's application and promissory note and the processing status. So in this case, the application is in process. Now, if you ever, well, for Be On Time, this would be very valuable too, just because you're going out certifying to be on time, then, okay, where's the student at in the process? And so for you, you'll only have the required document section, the first line for Be On Time, since no credit is required there. And then you'll also have that bottom section, application and process. So just it's some exciting news on that front, just because we've been waiting so long and hoping to get that out to you. Now, I know some of you all out there in Webland, you like to call us, and that's fine. We'll be there, but hopefully this will make your lives a little bit easier when you're dealing with those students in the office. Go back to, this is the online reporting. And this is a tool that's been out there for a while, provided to kind of give persons dealing with loans an overall picture of their allocation, where they're at, where a student's application may be in the process as well. Maybe not as clear on the application side as the new status messages, but kind of gives you an idea, especially for Cal loans, okay, has the student completed everything so I can go ahead and certify a loan? We highly suggest you do not certify Cal loans unless you see students are listed under what you'll see here is the uncertified pre-approved applications area. That's at the bottom there. This is kind of just a picture of what you would see when you pull up the allocation tool. Look a little bit different. This is more our version, but you'll get the gist. I mean, yours is very similar. Typically recommend that you use the summary because it'll give you a full picture of Cal and BOT, and I'll show you kind of what that looks like. And also on the output options, we suggest you use active report if you're seeking to kind of sort information, filter information, that type of thing. Okay, so this is the uncertified pre-approved applications, what it kind of looks like. It'll give the students information. Social will be there. We remove that for these purposes, but just provide student name, how much they've kind of requested. So if a student is found here on this list, that means they've done everything. They have a cosigner, we have all their documentation, credit's been approved, so these people are good to go, pretty much guaranteed they're going to get this loan. Whereas if you were to certify loans that aren't on this list, students aren't necessarily guaranteed that they're going to complete everything or find a cosigner or do everything needed to kind of get that loan through. So this uncertified pre-approved applications report is the best report if you're looking to certify loans and get a good result. This is our dispersed report, which would, of course, give you information on loans that have been dispersed. Once again, you have the name, loan number, disbursement number, and highlighted there is the extract date. This is the date that funds have been sent to you all. Now, from this date, you will receive those funds in 3 business days. So this kind of lets you know when the process has truly begun and you can expect funds soon. So kind of highlight that just so you can see that. Now also I spoke about sorting. We have kind of the information that's available to you to filter, calculate, chart. You can toward the bottom, you can export it to XML or any different format that you're interested in or that you may use on your campuses. So a lot of different options, and that comes up when you just click on kind of the upside down black triangle, and then that menu will come up where you can use it to sort and just kind of play with your information and get it the way you like it. This is the pending disbursements need documents report. Now, this report, really what this report means is that the student has done everything except their final loan terms. The very last step that a student has to take is they have to accept the final terms of the loan before we have kind of a cool down period of two weeks before money gets to you all. But if the student doesn't do their final terms, money never get to you. So on this report, it kind of lists all the students that are almost done. They just need to take the last step. And if you look at the last 3 columns, it shows you the promissory note received, the self-certification when that was received, and then the very final column, loan terms accepted, is blank. So that just shows you the student just needs to do those final loan terms, log back into their account, accept those terms on our site, and they're done. And funds will be to you in two weeks, typically. Is there any questions or? Okay, and that really wraps up my portion of the presentation. Michelle, I'll hand it off to you.
Thanks, Devin. Good afternoon again. My name is Michelle Williams. I am on the servicing side in the Loan Program Operations Department. So I just wanted to
Michelle, if you could use the microphone up to your mouth. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
A couple of brief points regarding forgiveness of loans, and then I'll field any questions if you guys have any. So we just wanted to let you all know that a forgiveness reminder letter is sent out twice a year to every Beyond Time loan holder, letting them know what the criteria is for forgiveness, when they need to submit their documentation, what they need to do, contact our office if they have any questions. Again, twice a year. We're gearing up to do the fall mail out next month. The other thing is that the forgiveness process starts with the loan holder, so it's always going to be up to the borrower to initiate the process. A lot of times borrowers will call in or send in a request saying, I've graduated and I meet the eligibility. How do I get my loan forgiven? Well, you just have to download the form, submit it to the school for it to be completed. We always request official transcripts from any school that they've attended, college or university that they've attended, and those are the requirements that we tell every person who calls in or writes into our office. And then the final thing is that each institution should have a authorized official list on file with our office. You might remember last year we sent out emails, mass email to the registrars or whomever was the contact person asking for an updated list, because we know that personnel moves in and out. Sometimes it changes, sometimes it doesn't. So we always ask to have a current list of not just the person who has the authority to sign off on it, but if they're completing the form, they need to be on that authorized official list as well. So that's really the points that we wanted to make you guys aware of. Are there any questions regarding forgiveness? Yes.
Just dash over here. You said transcripts. Are you transcripts for all institutions attended, or only institutions where they received to be on time?
It's all institutions attended, so we know that the school typically doesn't send out transcripts that they've received. So we leave it to the borrower to provide us with those official transcripts. Yes.
Question from school. For 14-15, will Beyond Time still be considered an alternative loan?
Jamie? Yes. Okay, if you guys have any other questions, just let me know. I'll be back there.
We might be able to get you all out of here and on the road back home early, huh? That's okay. So now about Beyond Time and legislative changes that are due to take effect with the 14-15 academic year. The first one is that, of course, BOT can only be awarded to students attending a four-year institution. Now, we know that there may be some students still at a two-year institution who received it and may need another year, and so we'll honor those, getting them through the system. But effectively, 14-15 begins the time frame for four-year institutions only. Coming out of the legislative session, allocations and how they're calculated have now been defined. For the public institutions, what that means is your allocation will be a proportionate amount of the set-asides, if you're familiar with the set-aside process, proportionate amount of the set-asides paid into the BOT program, but it's dependent on the funds actually authorized by the legislature, the appropriations coming back to us. When we say appropriations, authorized funds, what the legislature authorizes us to use and gives to us to allocate, I think we all know is not always what's paid into the Beyond Time Fund from set-asides. So basically in a year where appropriations, the funds given to us from the legislature, are say less than the BOT set-asides contributed by an institution in the previous year, then obviously we don't have all the money allotted to us or authorized to us to give and allocate back to each institution. So each institution will get its fair share, its proportionate amount of those set-asides put into the plan. And just as a real simplistic example, say in a year, the appropriations, what the legislature says, coordinating board here is 40 million. But we also know that the prior year, the institutions, public institutions, sent to the comptroller, sent to the state, 60 million. Well, obviously, we only have 67% of what was paid into the fund from set-asides. And the net result is each public institution's allocation will be 67% of what was paid into the fund by your set-asides for the previous year. Now, that was hard for me to explain. Did that make any sense? It just merely defines clearly and accurately how the legislature wants public school allocations for beyond time to be administered. They've offered through statute, changes in statute, some flexibility for the institutions. Each institution now will be able to define what the award amount will be for beyond time. I think in the past we've tried our best to offer some guidance and recommendations. In lean years when funding was not at its peak, we might have recommended a lower award amount, kind of spread it out amongst more students. Well, now you don't need any guidance from us. That's entirely up to you. Also for 14-15, and this is not a statutory change, it's more of a policy change on our part, you will be able to stack, piggyback, bot, and be on time. So whatever amount of be on time awards you want to do, you may, if you choose to kind of piggyback those onto Texas Grant. During the last legislative session, there was some focus put on, obviously, I think it's almost every session here lately, some focus put on beyond time. Is it successful? Is it doing what it's supposed to do? You know, what are the risks involved? And this last session was probably no different. Coming out of that, a couple of new requirements. Loan repayment and default prevention counseling will be required of any institution if your default rate falls below the statewide average. Likewise, if the forgiveness rate for any institution falls below 50% of the statewide forgiveness rate, counseling will be required. We're working right now, I think, I'm told, with TG to kind of develop a module to be used for that counseling provision. And of course, we've always, upon request more than anything else, provided default rates to institutions, forgiveness rates to institutions. And now that it's part of actual statute, we're going to take some time over the next few months to reevaluate, be sure we're using the proper data elements to calculate not only forgiveness but default, so that starting with 14-15, we'll be consistent and regular and using the right data. So that's still in the works to be determined, and we'll announce that later. Any questions?
You threw me on the second bullet. Be on time and Texas Grant awards in the same academic period will be allowed. This is brand new news to everybody on this side of the table.
That's correct. Beginning with the 14-15 academic year.
What you're saying is you can have somebody who had to be on time and they come back for a renewal and they qualify for a Texas Grant renewal. We can give them a Texas Grant renewal, or what are we saying here? I guess is my
We're saying
question.
that if you have a student who's eligible for both, that you can award both.
We have never been told there was a both.
There hasn't been.
You've never been able to, if a student was Texas Grant eligible, give them a Be on Time loan simultaneously in the same year. Now, they're going to allow you to add a Be on Time loan onto a Texas Grant eligible student. It doesn't mean because they have a Be on Time they can get a Texas Grant. It just means that if they're getting a Texas Grant, you might want to give them a little extra money through the Be on Time loan program.
So if we run on Texas Grant money on a student,
It can't be used for the matching because it's a loan program. Correct? It can't be used for the matching part of Texas Grant because you have to match up to tuition and fees with a non-loan program. But you can still use it for a Texas Grant recipient if they're needing additional monies through.
so it would not have.
He's asking, because I didn't have the microphone over there, he's asking, it doesn't have to be related to tuition and fees. Yes, it could be above tuition and fees, because beyond time can go up to the cost of attendance.
Yes, ma'am.
Question. I understand that only 67% of the tuition set-aside submitted for the preceding academic year. What happens to the set-aside that's been collected?
You know, that's a good question. And I don't profess to be the expert, and that may be more of a political question. Catherine?
It stays on deposit at the comptroller.
I guess the long and the short is, it never goes away. It's on deposit at the comptroller, but it's at the legislature's discretion to authorize the use of whatever funds in any given year.
And the 67% was just an example.
Anything else? Well, like most other financial aid programs, or all other state financial aid programs, BOT now, beginning in February of 2015, will be swept. Any unused funds will be swept. So as a result of that, obviously we need to develop a means for any swept funds to be requested, and we'll set that up. We'll determine how that's going to work. And also, any funds that are swept and made available to other institutions, you know, how those reallocated funds will be determined. So I know we've mentioned that the last couple of years, just generally saying, you know, use your BOT money. It may be swept. I don't know that we really ever did. A couple of years ago, we may have asked, if you're not going to use it, may we have it back. But beginning February of 2015, like the other programs, there will be a sweep. And lastly, you know, while we've always done our best to fund first disbursement request in August, we've always had funds available to do that. In fact, this year, I think we even went out and analyzed those disbursements at meeting Reg Z and truth in lending requirements and disclosure requirements, where you may have asked for a September 1st disbursement. We even moved it up. So some of you got surprises with some early disbursements, trying to get the money to the student as quickly as possible. Well, we wish we could continue to do that, but beginning next September, all BOT disbursements will be September 1st or after. And I believe that's all that we have. So if there's any questions, we'd be more than glad to field those. Otherwise, our contact information's up here, and we'll let you get to the next session ahead of time. Michelle's information isn't up there. We'll get that out to Jane so she can publish that if you have any forgiveness questions that come up later. And we thank you again.
We're going to take a short break. We're starting a bit early, and the next presenter is not here. So give us just a moment to either move the following section up or ask her to come on down. One moment.
The first slide I want to go through is the report details in the process. Students that are supposed to be included in your financial aid database report. First of all, let me ask this question. How many are new to the financial aid database report itself? Everyone has worked on it last year? Great.
Tanya,
great.
we have online listeners.
Oh, okay.
So there are many that are.
Okay. So in this room, everyone has worked on it. Perfect. So the report should include all of your students who are enrolled at your institution and completed a FAFSA or TASFA, even if they did not receive aid. And the important part is enrolled at your institution. You may have students who completed a FAFSA or TASFA but did not enroll, and those students would be left out of your database report. You would also include any student who was enrolled at your institution and received aid, such as merit aid, non-need-based aid, or exemptions and waivers, but they may not have completed either a FAFSA or a TASFA. You will use SFTP, just as you do for your Texas Grant and your TEOG files, to submit your file to the coordinating board.
and it must be a fixed length file. I believe for Texas Grant and TEOG, you submit a tab delimited file. So the format is different. You'll have all of your records fall into place. It'll look like just one line of data.
Actually, for your Texas Grant, it's text tab delimited. I think Top 10 does the other format, but Texas Grant and TEOG is text tab delimited.
So Top 10 does fixed length, and then your FAS does fixed length as well. And to retrieve your edit report, you would also use the SFTP program. This is a flow chart of the steps for submitting your FADS file. Your institution would submit your file. You'll receive a file receipt confirmation, and that is sent to your generic email address. There are a couple of institutions that we still have not received confirmation. So if you did not receive an email April, May, check with me, please, to make sure that we do have a correct email address on file for you, because your file receipt confirmation and your edit report notifications will be sent to that email address. This coordinating board performs the edits on your file. Then you'll receive the edit report notification. Again, that's sent to your generic email address. You will go to the SFTP server to actually pick up your edit report to view all of your errors, warnings, etc. This will also list if you have any students that did not match between your FAD report and your CBM 001. They will also be listed on your edit report. If your institution has no errors, then you'll automatically receive the program and demographic summary reports. Those are also sent to the generic email address. And this is for reconciliation against your program year-end reports like TEOG, Texas Grant, Top 10. Once all your programs reconcile, that means your FAD file totals, your aggregate totals must match to the year-end reports. Then you can request your certification. You request your certification by sending me an email. I send you the actual certification to complete and email back to me. Then your institution will be considered done. If, when you received your edit report, there were errors, then your institution would correct the errors on your FAD file and resubmit your whole file. It's your entire file that needs to be submitted once again, and then you'll go through the whole process again.
Excuse me, Tanya. Mm-hmm. Can you identify the schools who did not acknowledge your email to their generic address?
I don't have them with me right now.
If you will let us know, maybe we can help you contact them and let them know that there's been a breakdown in communication and help set things up.
Okay, that sounds good. The next slide talks about the deadline and the run times. The deadline is December 2nd, and this is when your report must be submitted, error-free, reconciled to the year-end reports and your CBM reports, and certified. The processing schedule is as follows also. When your reports are in by that certain time, then the last column indicates when you can receive your edit reports through your SFTP server. Please be aware that since there are many reports being submitted by every institution, the server does have times when it's running slow, and it may take longer than usual to process your file. We will be in contact with Jane's staff to let you know if we do experience, or if we know ahead of time when we'll be running into a bottleneck. So at least you will know this is the time that's going to take longer and when to expect your edit report. If at any time when you submit your file and you do not receive the file receipt confirmation, please let us know, because that could mean something is going on with your generic email address, and we need to verify. And it could be that if you do not receive your actual file receipt confirmation, it also could be your IT staff did not set you up to be on that distribution list for that particular email address, generic email address. Things to remember when you do actually submit your file. You must disconnect promptly from your SFTP session after successfully transferring your file. When you transfer your file, when you move it into the white space under your folders, you'll actually see a completed message, and that means your file has been sent over. You need to disconnect. If you don't disconnect, your file could just hang there, and then we will never receive it. Make sure only one person at your institution has the SFTP session open at any one time. Again, because if you have more than one person with the SFTP session open, your file could get hung up and we'll never receive it. Do not try to send your file at the 03-minute or the 33-minute times of the hour, of any hour. Our system automatically synchronizes itself and it deletes all the files that are trying to be sent over. So we'll never receive your file. If your institution submits a variety of reports at the same time, the FAD report is processed first. However, you won't actually receive the file receipt confirmation until all of your institution files have been submitted. So if your institution submits CBM 001 at the same time as your FAD file, just be aware the reason for the delay in you receiving your file receipt confirmation. If more than 45 minutes have passed when you submit your report and receive acknowledgement, again, check your generic email address or let me know. If it's longer than that, let me know and we can check and see if it's been received and what had happened to your file. Like I said before, there will be a delay during our peak times, and the peak times are either when several reports are being submitted at the same time, CBM and FAD, or we're close to the FAD deadline and everybody's trying to get their report in. Just a couple of reminders. There wasn't too many FAD changes this year. We had the alphanumeric characters for the Social Security number and ID. You're still able to use that. That's still continued. The federal race and ethnicity codes are still separated. You still have your race field, which asks for Hispanic, and then your ethnicity codes. You still have the FADs and the CBM 001. And you still have the use of the unmatched field codes, which will go into the next slide. We'll list those codes out. Tuition exemptions and waivers. Fields 6 through 11 are for the public institutions only, and then private institutions would use another field, field 29. If the public institutions have a student that has more than 3 exemptions, then you could use field 29. It'll appear as a questionable, and then at that time you would just send an email to me letting me know why you had to use that field. Discontinued program was the Bird Scholarship. That's now a filler field, and that's 31J. The codes, when your FADS does not match to your CBM 001, are listed here. It's a 2-digit code, 00 all the way to 11. For all the students, when you first submit your FAD file, all of your students would need to be coded with a 00 at first, unless you happen to know for a fact that that student is going to come up as not matching. Then you can go ahead and put in the code. When you receive your first edit report, and if you have any students listed, then you would use the appropriate code. When you code the student will no longer appear on the list. And also the list appears right before your errors are listed, your errors or your warnings. So it's right after your aggregate program information and right before your errors or warnings on your edit report. If you're using code 606, that student's social ID was reported incorrectly and a change will or has been made through the CBM 001, and that's CBM 000N, that's just indicating a change. You do not have to wait until your institution submits that paperwork in order to resubmit your FAD file. When you use code 11, other reason not listed above, but sent as override request to the CB, that is when you code the student as 11, but we must receive an email letting us know why you coded that student as 11. There will be cases when you have to request an override for an error that is not actually an error. You will send us an email indicating the reason for the error or why the student should be overridden. Once you send an email to me, then you'll be sent a reply that the override has been granted. And we do need the last 4 digits of the student's social, the data element for which you're requesting an override, and the reason the override should be given. Some common overrides that we have seen are Texas Grant Professional Judgment. This is a case where you reported your student as less than full-time on your Texas Grant year-end report. So the student will come up as an error on your FAD report. And we just need an email explaining that that was the situation. We'll then verify with the Texas Grant staff that the student was indeed reported as such on your year-end report. Maximums for health-related institutions. Some programs will have a higher maximum for the health-related institutions, such as the loan fields. So they would send us an email indicating that was the case. Or using code 11 for your unmatched reason. Some common errors that we have seen that hopefully may help in getting resolved ahead of time. The enrollment adjustment percentage fields, which is fields 35A and 35B, those need to be set to 000, so 3 digits, unless the student's cost of attendance and or EFC should be reduced by a percentage. If you receive an error that an award amount, say Texas Grant, if a student's receiving the Texas Grant and it's exceeding their need, then it may have something to do with those fields. Sometimes I've seen systems automatically populate that field for some reason, putting 066, which would be 66%. So that would be one quick way to check those 2 fields. 35A is is indicating that the cost of attendance should be reduced by a percentage, and 35B is for the family contribution. Students that did not complete a needs analysis, if they did not complete a needs analysis, then they would need to be coded with a 2 under field number 13, and their EFC needs to then be reported with 6 nines. Programs not matching during reconciliation process. Your programs need to match to what was submitted on the year-end reports. If they do not match, then either the year-end report needs to be corrected or your FAD file. And again, that would be caught when we send you the program and the demographic summary reports. Reporting ethnicity and race fields. When you're reporting the race fields, the race field 15 is indicating whether the student is Hispanic or not. Then you would also need to report the student's ethnicity, which is 16A through 16G. So both fields there must be something reported in both fields. If the student is Hispanic and that's all they reported, then you would report a 7. You would report that they are Hispanic in field 15, and then you would report a 7 in field 16F. So 16A and 16A through E would be set to zeros, 16F would be a 7, and then 16G would be a 0. Students that were not enrolled at your institution, again, you'll have an error. If the student was not enrolled but only completed a FAFSA, then they would not be included in your FAD file. Students showing as not matching between FADS and CBM 001, again, this list will appear before your errors and your warnings. So those must be resolved before you can continue with your reconciliation process. A common error that I see also is the error, total 8 applicants does not equal to the records reported. And that's just indicating that the number of 8 applicants in your header record, which is the last piece of data in your header record, it needs to equal to the number of records you are submitting. So you would need to correct that and then resubmit your file. The certification process. Again, once you're error-free, your reconciliation will begin. You'll receive the summary reports as an Excel file. This will happen every time we receive your file with no errors. So you would receive it multiple times. It'll indicate you either need to fix your year-end reports or your FADS file. And the programs to reconcile are TEG, TEOG, Texas Grant, and Top 10%. The reconciliation also includes making sure your students that did not match between your FADS and your CBM are explained or coded appropriately, and they no longer appear on the list. Once you reconcile all of your programs, then you can request the certification. And that's just by sending an email. Once we receive the email that you're requesting your certification, then the actual certification will be sent to you. You cannot submit the certification unless you have received the reconciliation memo first and all your programs have been reconciled. Then once you receive the certification from us directly, you complete it and email it back. You can check the status of your certification on the website that's listed. It'll let you know if you have errors. It'll let you know if you've been certified, if you're done. The contacts, we have an email address that can be used, fadb@thecb.state.tx.us. This can be used for all questions regarding the FAD report. There's more than one person, more than myself, checking this email box. So your answers will be, your questions will be answered promptly. And also, please be aware that email is always the fastest way to get a hold of somebody in regards to the FADs, because we are having to deal with all 152 institutions. Any questions? Great.
I'd like to add a little bit of information, if I may. Thank you, Tanya, for the presentation.
Oh, one more thing, sorry. You may begin submitting your financial aid database files as of now. So that was opened, I believe, July.
There have been some discussion of the matching requirement between the 001 and the Texas Grant, 001 and the FADS report. We are aware that this is a lot of work for those institutions who have to identify the reasons for these students not being in the 001. We've also become aware of the fact that there are legitimate reasons for someone not to be in the 001. And the Financial Aid Advisory Committee, which is an advisory committee of financial aid officers that meets with us on a quarterly basis, has identified that matching issue as one of their key concerns and something to pursue. And we are hoping that there will be a meeting with some people that are both some registrars and admissions folk as well as some financial aid folk to talk about the discrepancies between the 001 and the FADS report. The bottom line that causes this issue is that you can make financial aid awards to students who are not in the 001, because the 001 is restricted to students who are registered as of the 12th class day, or taking courses that were generating formula funding, which is not all courses. And so there are, like I said, there are legitimate reasons why those two reports don't match. The problem is that when you have students reported receiving Texas grant that are not reported as enrolled, there are immediate alarms that go off in a lot of heads as to, oh my gosh, those people shouldn't be getting state financial aid. So it looks like we have two basic options of trying to deal with this. One is to get more people reported as enrolled, make sure everyone who is enrolled and therefore getting financial aid recorded as enrolled, or to somehow get the matching requirement to only apply to students where we have a critical need to know what's going on. The question first came up with regard to students who are working strictly from student IDs because they were affidavit students. They were what was used to be called 1403 students, and they didn't have Social Security numbers. So there was definitely a reason why you would have perhaps different numbers in one report versus the others. But as we mentioned before, there's a huge problem when we don't have consistency in those numbers from report to report, and when we can't therefore explain everyone who is enrolled in getting state aid in particular, get more information about them. So the good news is that this issue has been raised. There were 33,000 students who were rejected as errors last year and were corrected or explained through one of these codes that Tanya was just talking about. Now that's out of 1 million students who are in the database, but that's still a lot of work for institutions to do the research to identify why these students aren't matching up. We try in your Texas grant, your TEOG, and your other year-end reports to give you a warning that here are students at that time who didn't match up with the 001, but those are warnings at that time, and you're not required to reconcile and explain them. But without a doubt, those will show up again when you do your FADS in the fall. And so the good news is that there are efforts going into looking at this and trying to figure out how to make those two pieces of the puzzle fit better. And we will keep you informed as that goes forward. At this point in time, the next meeting between these two populations, we can't have a report expanded without increasing the workload of the registrars, admissions folk, and reporting officers. And so it's not an independent decision like from financial aid saying, okay, we just want to make sure everybody gets reported. There are other offices and costs and complexities involved. But that discussion, I'm glad to say, has begun, and we will let you know, and hopefully within a year or so, there will be no changes to how this year's report will be handled. It's just as Tanya has described. But perhaps by this time next year, that matching issue will be a much less time-consuming one for you to deal with. And we're hoping that will be true. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, the next part of our program is a what we used to call or do call a drive-through, and it's to touch bases on programs that are still very important, but we don't do a full-fledged presentation on. First one to come up is Renee Jones with the Work-Study Program. And Renee, hold on just a second. Let's get you set up.
Put the microphone up to your mouth.
Yeah, I totally think it was too much.
You may need to hold it because the online people can't hear unless it's right at your mouth, pretty much. Turn it on.
Again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Renee Jones, and today I will be going over the Texas College Work Study program with you. In order for a student to be eligible for Texas College Work Study, they must be a Texas resident, enrolled at least half-time of a full course load, show financial need, is registered with Selective Service, or either be exempt. I have schools ask me how much is the maximum amount that a student can receive. So I'm going to ask you a question. If you have a student whose EFC is greater than $4,000, can they still receive Texas College Work Study? And you're right, yes, they can, as long as they're determined to still have financial need. Just keep in mind that no award amount shall exceed a student's financial need. Another question, if you have a student who's 17 years old and they have not registered for Selective Service, are they still eligible for Texas College Work Study? You're right, yes, as long as they register after their 18th birthday, but before they're awarded the next year. If you have a student, back up one, no. Well, sorry, I must be missing a slide, so you guys listen to me real closely. If you have a student who is an athletic scholarship recipient, if they're enrolled in a seminary or any other program leading to license to preach for a religious sect, an undocumented or international student who's unable to legally work in the United States, they cannot qualify for Texas College Work Study. So if a student applies for aid using the TASFA and they don't have a Social Security number, they are not eligible for Texas College Work Study because they cannot legally work in the United States. If your institution has been granted a waiver by the federal government, which exempts you from the 25% matching requirement, the state will also honor that waiver. All you have to do is just submit it to our office. And I also wanted to mention, if your institution decides that they want to match a larger amount than 25% in order to award more students, you can do that as long as it's more than 25%. That's the minimum amount. If your institution participates in Texas Grant, TEG, TEOG, or Texas College Work Study, you can now transfer 10% or $20,000, whichever is the lesser amount. Hear me, last year it was 10%, $10,000. Starting this year is 10% and $20,000. All you have to do is send an email to the program specialist and we'll start that transfer for you. And keep in mind that the 10%, $20,000 applies to the program that the money is coming out of. And the last thing I would like to cover, and I don't have it up here and I apologize, is the progress report and the year-end report. The progress report is due February 20th, and if that date falls on a weekend, then it's due that following Monday. And what the progress report does for us, it gives us a snapshot of how you're using your funds, how many students you've awarded, how much money you're going to return, and any additional funds your institution can use, because that's reallocation. That's reallocation time. And the last report is the year-end report. The year-end report, as Tanya was talking about the financial aid database, we use that information to reconcile to the financial aid database. So when you submit that report in June and you realize in July or August that you need to make a correction, it's real important that you send me a revised report, because your financial aid database report won't pass if our numbers aren't the same. Okay, and with that, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
I have any questions for Renee?
We're going to push on and finish so you guys can get on the road and head home before the traffic gets insane. But please don't let that keep you from asking all your questions. We'll get Renee back up here to answer all of them for me. Okay, a little bit about financial aid and residency. You are at a public institution. Rejoice and be glad in it, because that means you do not have to make, and you should not be making, residency decisions at your institution. There are people in your front office, in your registrar's and admissions office, whose jobs it is to do the residency determinations. Now, that doesn't mean you don't sometimes get information that they didn't get and need to correct or change, or you think at least question the classification of a student that's applying for financial aid. The way the residency impacts your students, of course, is that it determines the tuition rate at your institution, whether it's resident or non-resident, and if you're at a two-year institution, whether it's in district or out of district. So these are significant issues as far as those kids are concerned, because it has a big dollar value impact. It also has to do with your eligibility, or the student eligibility, for these types of state aid. You have to be a resident in order to qualify for any of the aid programs that are listed on this slide. And then if you have students who are planning to go on to medical school, maybe law school, there's a state law that limits the number of those slots in those institutions to that can go to non-residents. So again, getting classified as a resident is really, really important to these students, and probably even being admitted to these kinds of professional institutions. Okay. The residency process, again, doesn't happen in your office, so make sure to give you a sense of how it works. The student completes either the Apply Texas form, which has become a really easy way for them to do that, or they can complete the core questions and submit those directly to your institution. The college then evaluates the answers on those forms and determines whether the pattern of the answers indicates the student is a resident or not. And they inform the student what their classification has been. And sometimes that notice is in the form of their first billing, which indicates that they're paying a lot of money because they're a non-resident, or less money because they're a resident. We have had students who just pay their bills and don't think about it and suddenly realize, oh my gosh, I shouldn't be paying a non-resident rate. And you think, oh my gosh, how did they not notice that before now? Okay. The student, once they're aware of that decision, can appeal it. They can go in and talk to your registrar's office, and if they have new information provided, get that classification changed. That doesn't happen very often, but it can be done. And you often will have students who come in as non-residents, and after a year of living in the state, the parent has been working here for a year, they're eligible for reclassification. But I don't know to what extent your institutions reach out to those students and say, hey, are you residents now? I think the initiative has to be taken on the part of the student to come in and say, I now should be eligible to get reclassified, and how do I do that? So if you have non-residents that are trying to get state aid, you might help them recognize that they need to take the lead once they've been here a year to apply for reclassification. Reclassification, either in favor of the student or against the student, can cause a need for a refund or a penalty. If a student gave false information in the application or failed to give some information that they should have recognized impacted the residency decision, there can be some penalties that the student has to pay. If there's a mistake made by the institution ends up reimbursing the student for the excess tuition and fees they might have received. So again, this is not a one-shot, it's all over and done with kind of process. Okay, but situations do change, and if you become aware of students whose situations have changed, it would be great for you to help your registrars and admissions office be aware of them. Because as you can tell, a student who is a non-resident is going to be asking for and trying to get a lot more financial aid than a student who's a resident, because they're facing a much higher cost of attendance. And you can save yourself some of your budgeted money if you can help them qualify for classification as a resident. I can't say this often enough. You should not be making residency decisions. The people in the front office should do so. But what I know you're finding now is you have students coming in with Social Security numbers that didn't have them before, who have been attending your college probably as what's called 1403 students or affidavit students, and they have now applied for and received what they call DACA. I'll come up with the full title in just a second. Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. Now, in your handout, okay, I failed to include that table. I have a one-pager that I can send you if you're interested in it that gives a little information of how someone qualifies for that. Basically, they have to have been in the United States for a certain length of time. They can't have any kind of legal problems. And I'm sorry, I'm intended to have that as a part of the handouts. If they qualify, they can be given a Social Security number, and they can be given a work permit, a work authorization. Now, one of the most important things, though, that you need to recognize is that that situation does not make them immigrants. That doesn't change their immigration status. The deferred action idea is simply to help these kids not face deportation for the immediate future. And in the meantime, to give them an ID and enable them to start earning some money. But it doesn't change the fact that they are not immigrants to the United States. This doesn't make them a permanent resident. It doesn't make them a U.S. citizen. It does if they have one of these work permits, and if through residency, by living here the 36 months prior to high school graduation, plus the year before entering college, if they're a 1403 student and they get one of these work authorizations, now they can work in the state of Texas, even though before that they would not have been legally able to work here. So that work permit does have some slight impact on their state aid eligibility in terms of work study. But unless they are already, and through another pathway, classified as a resident, they cannot get state aid. And these students are not eligible for federal aid. Okay, so deferred action, although it looks wonderful, has opened a very small window for these kids. It has not gotten rid of the problem that they face by being undocumented. Do you have any questions about that? Okay. If you have a student that you have been using a student ID for, and they now have a Social Security number, you want to use the Social Security number in your reports in the future. You want to let our office know that their old records need to be updated with that new number. And you need to let your your registrars and admissions office know that their records need to be updated. And what we would hope they would do is then take the steps to update their historic records with our agency so that historic information about these students will be moved to the right ID number. All of these pieces fit together eventually, and it's awfully important to make sure that they're aligned with one another. Any questions on residency or on any of the other topics we've been talking about today? Wow, you guys are quiet. I don't know. I think we're going to have to just wait and not let anyone go to lunch until after we finish the meeting. That way, that lunch is hard on you. Okay, thank you so much for coming.
And you still have 2 more topics.
Well, heck. One of them is negotiated rulemaking.
Sorry about that.
That's going to take about 2 minutes for me to talk about negotiated rulemaking. You do have a handout in there about it. Lynn, I'm going to talk to you after this. Okay, negotiated rulemaking. The coordinating board went through a sunset review this last year. And one of the findings and one of the things that ended up in their final report was to have the coordinating board go through negotiated rulemaking when we update the rules to our programs. In particular, we are required to take our process of allocating funds and put that process in our rules, which right now it is not in the rules in any detail as to how it's done, and that process would be done through the negotiated rulemaking process. Now, I mentioned earlier that Texas Veterans Commission is going to do rules for the Hazelwood Act. They also are required to go through the negotiated rulemaking process. Now, none of us sitting in this room, at least that I know of, has ever gone through a negotiated rulemaking process. And what you have here is my summary of what's in the government code about how this process works. Basically, the agency, which in this case would be the coordinating board, employs someone to work as a convener. And the convener has the job of trying to identify who all the interested parties are that should come to the table to discuss how this rule should be written. So certainly in case of allocations, it would be institutional representatives would certainly be a part of that group. And depending on which institutions are eligible for the program, those would be the different groups that would be included. I don't know who else they would include. It could be students. Again, the convener's job is to identify stakeholders in that decision process and also to look at the question that's being examined to determine whether it's something that should be handled through negotiated rulemaking. Because the goal of negotiated rulemaking is to come up with a consensus model of how whatever it is should be done. Once that convener has reached the conclusion about how it should be done, then they are to send their recommendations to the board. Hold on just a second. I need to make sure I say this correctly. A negotiated rulemaking committee is brought together with the people identified by the convener as relevant to the decision-making process. They then meet, and a facilitator is used to run those meetings and help try to get consensus to come out the other end. If the group cannot reach consensus, then they may actually come back to the coordinating board and say, negotiated rulemaking is not the way to handle this. We can't get to an answer for you. In which case, we probably would fall back on the current process where the coordinating board drafts the rule. It's then posted in the Texas Register for comment, so you can give us feedback that way, and then the rule goes forward. But we don't have a sense of how long this process is going to take. So we're still in the learning curve of how to do this. I think the intention is for us to move our allocations for FY15, which is next year, to have been done on the basis of what's concluded through these negotiated rulemaking efforts. But the timeline is so uncertain at this time, we can't guarantee that that's what's going to happen. We have this is changing on a daily basis, and so I'm kind of guesstimating what's going on right now. But there has been a decision, I believe, that the first program whose allocation will go through negotiated rulemaking will be the tuition equalization grant program, the one for the private schools. That will be our guinea pig for figuring out how this process works. In all likelihood, work study could be the next one that would be done that way, because work study right now is one of the most simple of our allocated programs. Texas Grant, TEOG, are extremely complex in their allocation process, and so those are the ones we're going to need to have learned how to do it before we try to jump into that pool. But so this will be going on. There had been some talk about it happening starting in this fall. Right now, as we get more aware of the complexity of the process, we're fairly certain it's going to also fall into the spring as well. Whether any of you would have an opportunity, if you wanted to serve on this rulemaking or one of these rulemaking committees. Again, I don't know what the process will be, but that's quite possible. In the Sunset report or bill, they mentioned having at least the Financial Aid Advisory Committee as one of the parties involved in the negotiating. So certainly your institutional issues or interests are going to be included and taken into consideration in the process. So you now know what I know about the negotiated rulemaking process. It's rather intimidating from our standpoint to take a look at this and guess how long it might take to get from here to there. But we will do it, and we will do it for all of our programs and their allocations. And so stay tuned for the next exciting aspect of this. Any questions on that? Okay, I gave you the citation of the information that's here. This probably represents 50 to 70% of the information that's in that section of the government code, but it's in Jane's words, not in their words. So you might find it worthwhile to go and look at the source document. And I think that's it. What else?
The last topic you wanted to talk about was best practices.
Best practices, yeah. We go trucking along trying to tell you how to do your work and what you need to do and all that kind of stuff. And every once in a while, someone in the field would say, hey, you know, I found a way to make that work really well. And we don't always have a chance to capture that and share it back with the community. So this is your chance to tell us about your aha moments of how to handle any problem that you're dealing with our programs. Does anyone have one that they would like to share? I'll give you an example of one that was sent to us, and that was that when they send their award letters, they advise anyone who's going to get a Texas grant that they have to complete the enclosed drug statement and get it sent back to the institution if they want to get one of those grants. And they said that they've had an amazingly positive reaction and they don't have any trouble getting that form back in now. So that's one best practice that seems to be working well for that institution. Anything else? Lynn, do you remember any of the others that were brought up?
Some of the other ones were how do you, since you're doing the bulk of your awarding in the spring for the upcoming year, and you have students who will be transferring into your institution for Texas Grant, what is your process? Do you wait for that transfer student to come into you and say, I'm a Texas Grant recipient from my previous institution. Will you please look and see if I'm eligible? And is that what triggers you to look at that transfer student for a continued or a renewal Texas Grant award? Or do you have another process that you use to pull out those transfer students and make sure that you're looking at them for continued eligibility? That's a question.
Anybody have a system in place? Does anyone have a system, a record system within your institution so that a transfer student identified as they come in by your registrar's office, that you can flag them in some way and advise financial aid, here is a transfer student coming in? No? Yes, ma'am. Oh, you do?
You've got a microphone right there.
Great.
Just happen to have it in your back pocket. Here, use this one. I'll play with that one.
It's green. Well, at Texas A&M, I have two different ways to identify those students. One is an online data form that's optional for the student to complete, and we basically ask if they were a prior Texas Grant recipient or top 10 recipient or Beyond Time recipient. And then we have then that data form releases that information to our liaisons, and then we correspond to the coordinating board to confirm. And then the other option, the other item that I have is just a generic report that identifies all the transfer students, and then I just go into the verification database to confirm whether there were a prior transfer recipient for Texas Grant.
Okay. And that's, are you identifying a lot of students eligible for grants?
That way, yes,
okay.
I am.
Okay. Certainly, the intent is for people who were in the program and met SAP to continue in the program even though they moved to another institution. And so anything that you can do to help identify those students and get them into the Texas Grant Program. Again, Lynn alluded to one of the problems is that when they decide to come to your institution might be well beyond the March 15 deadline. And so having funds available is a possible real problem for helping those students. But if you end up having a problem that you don't have enough funds, we can start looking at the question of whether we should hold some funds back from the allocation process for transfer students. I mean, and this is all. A lot of this stuff are things that we can change if we have a good reason for doing so. But right now, what we typically do is allocate all of the money to the institutions. We hold back a small amount for the health-related institutions who don't have initial year recipients because they don't have entering freshmen, but they do have continuing students who come to their allied health programs as undergraduates, and this gives us a source of money to give them renewal money for Texas Grant. But if you think of anything, especially dealing with transfer students, as you can tell from the change in legislation for 14-15, the legislature wants these students who come out of 2-year institutions and go on to 4-year institutions to get some financial aid if they need it to make that transition. One of the state's goals is to improve significantly the articulation between the 2-year colleges and the 4-year colleges so that these kids don't stop when they have the potential to go on and get a bachelor's degree.
Another area that we talked about was the priority model at 4-year institutions or at Getty institutions. This year, do you have any best practices that you want to share on how you're able to capture that information for the 4 priority model areas? Because some of the academic, the TSI, the math beyond Algebra 2, how are you capturing that so that you know that they may be priority model eligible? Based on the response I got this morning when I talked about y'all have implemented the priority model, right? I'm afraid I might not get any answers. Do you have any best practices on how y'all started doing that?
Does your front office help you identify these, or is this something you have to do all on your own?
Well, we had a query for the top 10 to pull those, so we modified it to catch the priority students, the one that was distinguished and graduated the first time beginning freshman, had graduated in 2013, and several different items. And then we still have to go into the transcripts and look to be sure that they have done that. But we pulled a list off, and we narrowed, and who had met the priority date by March 15th on the FAFSA. So those were our priorities. So we had several things, and we just pulled a list.
I was just wondering if any of you got your admissions office to actually capture some of that in as they're looking at the transcripts, if they're actually saying, yes, a math course beyond Algebra 2, and have an indicator put into Banner or whatever you're using. But it sounds like it's mainly been you and the financial aid office having to research that. So, yeah, good.
Here we go.
Actually, the communication that you sent out was really helpful, and we pulled that and put a chart together. And then we did meet with the executive director of admissions. And once he understood and could use it as a recruitment tool, then he put the items in Banner so that we could find the students.
So that may be a best practice to present it to your admissions office, that it's a good recruitment tool. Yeah.
Anything else you want to share with your peers?
Anything online?
Yeah.
Nope.
Not really share, but kind of ask for best practices. If anyone else has seen this. Lately, I'm having a lot of students from private high schools wanting to certify themselves as recommended or distinguished graduation types or eligibility for top 10. I've seen the information for the certification form on your website. I just wanted to know, what are other institutions doing to process this paperwork, confirming the information provided on the form, if you guys are seeing it? Or
anybody want to tell her what you're doing? A real talkative group.
We're very aware that with the foundation program coming up, there's going to have to be another version of that certification so that a private school could indicate whether or not a graduate is taking the equivalent of the foundation plan. So that's going to have to be developed soon. And in terms of timeline for the foundation program, we said something recently that indicated you could have graduates in that within the next couple of years. I had expected it to be much longer, but apparently they're allowing some of the recommended credits to be considered for this, and so we could have people graduating under the foundation program fairly soon, and they would then, with that credential, go into the Texas Grant Program. But yeah, the requirement that you take the equivalent or of a recommended curriculum or distinguished is a real requirement, and you should be having that documentation from the school as opposed to from the student, hopefully.
The reason why I asked this question is we received about 5 or 6 of them. 4 of them were all together from one institution, one school. One of them stood out because as I read through it, they didn't have the private school, I forgot what that number is called, certification of being accredited, private school, recognized, or what have you, number on it. And the email address for the assistant director that filled it out was a Yahoo email address. So it raised me to question the validity of the information, and I didn't know what checks and balances I had to lean on, because of course the student is really persistent on being awarded the Texas grant and the top 10.
Dancy, when we get those type of questions, we refer them to TEA. There's a list on TEA's website of all the accredited private schools, and so that's a good resource to use to verify that information.
And it certainly sounds like a good idea to contact the school and verify that indeed this was one of their students in a form that they provided. Now, students can get very creative. And their parents. That is correct. That is correct.
Jane, I wanted to bring up a topic, the year-end report. That's a big one for our programs, and just working with the year-end report over the past couple of years, I just kind of wanted to get some feedback from different institutions on your best practices. How are you pulling your files? Are you using a third party, or are you doing it yourselves? Are you getting this? Are you working with your IT department on this? It's okay.
Always depend on
Yeah.
you.
Well, you may not like what I say, but
Okay.
well, our first and primary thing is we ritualistically offer sacrifices and pray that you'll move your system into the 21st century. But we told you. We do have to rely on our IT system, our IT people, and that's all. As you see, Marion shaking her head. That's always a tricky proposition in and of itself, because translating from government ease to financial ease to IT ease, very few of us are that multilingual, and so consequently, you spend a lot of time going around and around, and it really would be nice to have this report simplified. All those spaces that you like so much in there, you can make those go away, along with several other things.
We've seen a lot of third-party IT folks working on the end-of-year report, and it can be a little frustrating because of the language going between the departments. What I suggested this year, and it seemed to work very well, is that having them contact us directly, we can kind of work with them on their file and trying to get it in the format, or any questions, kind of resolve it. Because what I found a couple of times this past summer was that the financial aid office would contact us, and then they would relay the message to IT, and it's like playing a telephone game. By the time it gets to IT, something has changed, and then it comes back to me, and so it was this back and forth. But once I got a chance to talk directly with that IT person, we were able to get to a common ground and get that file moving forward. So feel free to send them to us directly.
And again, in this capacity also, your suggestions of ways to improve it, you may feel that you've expressed this many times in the past, but we have turnover, we have changes, we have different options now, as perhaps in the past. Let us know how you think these could be changed. I mentioned earlier the financial aid Advisory Committee has a subcommittee on the FADS report. And they are looking at FADS, trying to find ways to improve things. One of the things that has come up is the basic question, should you get any warning messages? Does anybody, I won't ask for a showing of hands, but does anyone proof and check the students that are marked with a warning as opposed to the ones who are marked as an error? Okay. All right, well, what we might be able to do with help of this subcommittee is decrease the number of warning messages, correct the number of warning messages, get them in reasonable ranges. So again, our intention is to make that report better, easier for you to do to the extent that we can. And so another question or issue that's been raised is the format of the error report. That it's comprehensive, it gives you everything you could possibly need, but that it's voluminous in the way it's presented. And maybe we can get a reformatting of that would make it more user-friendly for you. But we need to have a sense of that. And Lynn, you've sat in on those meetings, you and Connie have. Have there been any discussions about changing the format of the year-end report? Have they gotten into that yet?
I think the main question was in that I don't know the correct term. Is it tab delimited or is it fixed length? It's fixed length, and I think there was requests from institutions for it to be tab delimited.
Okay.
And I'm seeing a lot of nodding of heads because it's easier when you're actually working within the file and viewing it. I know from experience because I've been there before, it's just one huge file with all these long lines for each student, and if it were tab delimited, you could more easily, you wouldn't have to use a separate program or to divide it into columns so you can see what the data elements actually are. So having it tab delimited would be easier. Is that?
Okay. Okay. But again, we are interested in what we need to do, and we will try our best to make things better. Ken Pond is our translator of IT and financial aids. If you haven't met Ken before, I hope you do before you leave today. He is an IT person who generally speaks English.
Okay.
And we still have the kinds of conversation where I say the what, the who, and that kind of stuff, but he's usually able to come back and put it in a language I can understand. And so we are trying to generate people who can bridge those two populations. I'm someone who's much more comfortable with a Big Chief tablet and a pencil than with an iPad. I mean, you can't even measure how much more comfortable I am with that. So thankfully we have people like Ken. We have people like Sheba, who is very much, and Sophia, as you heard earlier today, very computer literate, who are learning financial aid. So we're trying to bridge that gap, but we actually recognize that I cannot make a simple sentence that can't be interpreted at least 3 different ways. And because you'll send out a memo saying, this is black, and I immediately get a feedback going, are you sure that's not gray? I mean, it's awfully close to gray. If we call it black, is it okay for us to include? So there are always that going on, and we've got to just do what we can to get rid of it. And people like Ken who can bridge that will help us in that.
And
but
Jen,
let us know. Just
to chime in and piggyback off Lynn, for the Texas Grant Program and the TEOG program, they're text tab delimited programs, files. Those files can be copied and pasted into Excel, and they will actually line up as the data elements column. If you need any assistance with that, I have a little template that I use when I'm looking at your files that put it in the Excel format and has a title for each data element. So until we can improve that process, if you would like for me to send you that template when you start working on your end of year file, I can do that.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
In the feds, it has to be reconciled to the TEG and the TEOG and Texas Grant end of the year numbers. Do you guys use the EOY numbers and talk to the FADS reporter to say they should match up? Yeah.
Good. Okay, we don't need to keep you indefinitely. I appreciate the feedback. And if you have this aha moment on your way home, don't text us while you're driving. But try to remember it when you get home and give us a call. We greatly appreciate your coming and wish you a safe trip home. I hope you feel like it was a day well spent. We enjoyed spending it with you. Take care, and thank you very much.